You know, our title sponsors Frost Bank and Regions Bank, and also Chase, Wafed Bank, Meta, Comerica Bank, Dell, and Keystone Bank. Let's give them a round of applause. We appreciate them so much, and we're honored to have them share their expertise, main key points that all of us should be thinking about, because all of these classes by themselves probably could be 8 hours long when you're dealing with your specific situation. You know, but this way it's done in a very friendly and unintimidating way. Nobody's selling you anything. They're just giving the key points that you need to consider so that you build your financial house in a special way. And so definitely write your questions down if they're not already locked in your head, because they're here to assist. Also, as you move between the buildings, unfortunately, count that to my head. I forgot that we couldn't have food here. I meant to have the continental breakfast here, but we're now not doing that here. All the food will be over in the Learning Center facility. Please stop by the tables as you move between the buildings, because there's some additional great information being set up by our sponsors, and so definitely do that as well. And for those that are new to the facility, the restrooms in this building are on either side. Kind of as you walked in, it was to your right, and it's also the same situation here. And then over in the Learning Center, as you walk into the classrooms, the men's and ladies' restroom is right in front of you. But just want to say thank you to all of you for coming again. And we're going to start off because with a great presentation that I saw put on by our friends in the City of Housing Department, and some great information on where people are moving to and living here, because home ownership is definitely one of those foundational pieces as far as financial fitness and wealth. And now there's nothing wrong with renting if you can afford, but you don't build any wealth by renting unless you own it and you're renting to somebody else. And so we're gonna start off with Chase Bryant and Chandra Gaithier, who are going to give us a great presentation on a housing report as far as our city is concerned, and also housing assistance programs that are available to everyone, that your own taxes pay for. So you should be aware of it, whether you benefit for yourself or where you're assisting a child or a neighbor or a friend or a relative, because we want all of you to prosper and grow and enjoy this great city that we live in. So without further ado, Mr. Bryant, why don't we give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. My name is Chase Bryan, and it's an honor to be here. And my colleague, Shonda Gaither, is on her way. I do apologize. She's had a little bit of a backup getting over here this morning. So she was the second half of the presentation anyway. So yes, we're with the City of Austin, with the City of Austin Housing Department. And so Roger was one of the commission members in the African American Resource Advisory Commission that invited us to come and present some data and homeownership programs that the City of Austin has. They requested us to look at data for homeownership in the African American community in Austin, historically and presently, and then talk about any programs we have that may address any homeownership disparities or issues, or just homeownership programs we have in general. What we're going to talk about today, I'm going to make sure the slide changer works first, and it does, great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our past and present trends in terms of data and demographics, and then we're going to talk about the programs, which Shonda is very involved with running, and then collaborative efforts that we have with surrounding cities and counties too. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. I'm not going to obnoxiously lean forward like that then. I'm going to be comfortable. Great. So, and by the way, just, yeah, once again, big honor to be here. I think it's a beautiful way to spend a Saturday, just enriching ourselves and learning a lot. You know, I don't personally don't have a lot of financial literacy, so Shonda Gaither, on the other hand, does. So I'm very much looking forward to learning today as well. But I'm more of a data guy. So yes, we'll talk a little bit about past and present trends, and this information was all requested by the African American Resource Advisory Commission, just to understand where we are today. Looks like I lost a slide. There we go. Okay, can y'all see okay? Excellent. Yeah, so we pulled a little bit of data first on just population trends in the city of Austin over time. For what it's worth, you know, back to 1940, the city of Austin had about 100,000 people, and this is how the population broke down at that time. The city was about 17% black, and population did increase, as we're all well aware, in the city of Austin throughout the 20th century and the 21st century. The black population in Austin did increase as well. However, a fairly unprecedented occurrence happened. The population did decrease slightly from 2000 to 2010. This is just using decennial census data, and before increasing slightly again up to 2020. Although the population did increase for the black community in Austin, it didn't increase at as quick a rate as for other groups in the city of Austin. And this, just for context, in 1865, 1870, Austin was almost 40% African American at the time. Over the same time frame, this is the rate of home ownership between the same race categories in the city of Austin. And here we see some really interesting and motivating and troubling trends. So from 1940 onward, there is obviously a lot of home ownership history during that time. This is an era of redlining, of directly, explicitly racist policies in the United States. And during that time, we see, for the city of Austin, home ownership fluctuating from about 40% to about 60% rates, and that differs a little bit between white and black and overall. And the population of people who identify as another race didn't increase dramatically until after 1970. But interestingly, probably most interestingly on the homeownership rates are that in 1940 and 1970, the black homeownership rate was actually higher than any other group in the city of Austin. And since 1970, homeownership has declined and increased, but fluctuated, but overall declined for all groups. Right now, the citywide homeownership rate is about 40 to 45%, but we've seen it decrease much more dramatically for the African American community in Austin. And this is troubling and kind of shocking for us, because this is also a major wealth builder in the United States in the 20th century. And to see such a disparity and a growth in disparity, like the gap very much growing between 1970 and 2020, that's troubling for us, because, yeah, like it said, there's no value statement really on renting or owning a home, but it has been such a massive wealth builder in the United States, and so that disparity gives us some motivation for what programs we have today to address that. And just to investigate why that is, I mean, that makes us ask, like, why since 1970 has this been happening? And one explanation, which has remained true for a long time in the US, is we have very structural barriers and wealth inequality in this country. And so this chart, which is a bit busy, true, but what we see here are median household incomes by race, and so the green is African American, blue Hispanic and Latino, orange white alone, and pink is Asian. And then above that we have our median home value. So basically we're comparing the value of homes in the city of Austin and then people's income, like people's ability to purchase a home. And this is not just true for Austin. In the United States in general, we have pretty persistent inequality and equity in wealth and resources, like the fundamental resources you have as a household. And that is going to be a very fundamental barrier to home ownership, home acquisition in the city of Austin when those disparities continue. It's just harder to compete if you don't have the same amount of resources to purchase for. Do you have a quick question, sir?
Yeah, is this just Austin proper? Because that would necessarily be the case if you go further up to the middle.
That's right. Yeah, this data did focus on the city of Austin jurisdiction proper. So it's going to look a little bit different if you telescope out into the county, but also more so if you're going out into the metropolitan area, the 5-county area surrounding the city.
Population size would be the 5-county area is about 170,000. It's not a large population representing the full African American population, correct?
Yes, we'll actually, so the following slides, you're asking about the population, the number of households and the African American population in the city of Austin as opposed to the 5-county area? That's correct. In the city of Austin, yeah, no, I can go back to the other, maybe I can't go back to the other slide, actually. Oh, oops, I was just pressing the wrong one. Yeah, so in the city of Austin, right, here we are, have the black population in 2020 was 70,000. And yeah, that's going to be much smaller than the metropolitan area as a whole, but proportionally speaking, it's not a crazy difference. You know, the city of Austin population is about 1 million people, and the 5-county area is about 2 million. And the portion that is African American is, I believe, slightly higher in that MSA. Yeah, and Pflugerville, yeah, so this wouldn't include Pflugerville, yeah. So I'll talk a little bit more about that MSA wider perspective, but yeah, it's important to know the scale that we're looking at. So yeah, this is specifically just City of Austin city limits here. Thank you for bringing that up. But one note on this actual homeownership slide here is that, you know, nationally we do see disparity in homeownership rates, but kind of the particularly troubling thing for the city of Austin here is that we're noticing that our rates of homeownership do appear to have a bit of a larger gap and to be lower rates of homeownership. So something is accentuated here as well. And that's something that, as the city of Austin, we're very not happy with. So yes, just to finish up on this slide, obviously, yeah, wealth inequality is a major issue in this country, and we've had very targeted racist actions before, and we don't really have targeted anti-racist policies and programs today that perhaps can repair those disparities. There have been wealth inequalities and inequities in the US for a very long time, but to see our homeownership rates part so much since 1970, it seems to me that there's probably something more at play than just wealth inequity. That's a unique time in Austin. It's a very formative time in Austin. There are urban renewal policies happening in very large districts of East Austin. The city is becoming a tech hub, and there's not a lot of equity in who participates in that economy as well, especially in 1970. So it takes more it'll require a little bit more investigation. And to finish up on the data and demographics, this is just showing where people live. Basically, this is census data again, and these are households with the head of household identifying as Black or African American, and divided up by census tract. And so this shows both renters and homeowners in the city of Austin. And just to illustrate the charts that we showed in previous slides, this is where African American homeowner households live in the general area. So the city of Austin jurisdiction boundaries are shown in orange here. And we see that the city of Austin itself, as the previous data showed, has very much lower, there are many fewer African American homeowners within our jurisdiction, and they are much more present in eastern Travis County. And it's sort of it's almost a donut effect. And it would be great to look at this over time in terms of trends, like where people are moving as well. But this just helps to give a spatial visualization of the tenure, like homeownership and rental, and where people are living in the city of Austin. So we kind of illustrated some disparities with data, and I'm going to pass it off to Shonda Gaither, the wonderful Shonda Gaither, who's going to talk about our homeownership programs and other things that the city of Austin offers.
Thank you, Chase. Good morning to everybody. Good to see you. Good to see your faces. Thank you, Chase, because always it's nice to start the talk with what was happening and what we see happening now. And so this part of the presentation is going to be focused on our actual programs and what collaborations you might be interested in if you're interested in homeownership in the city of Austin. Maybe there will be some overlap with other programs. We may be able to not overlap them together, but we will have them up on here so you can just see what else is available. So again, I'm Shonda Gaither. I work at the housing department with Chase. We're in the same division. I'm in real estate and program delivery. So I manage a few of our direct kind of service programs. One is the sale of our community land trust homes. The other one is our down payment assistance. And then I also manage our what we call long-term affordability, but that's just a super fancy way of saying our other affordable homes that are for sale. So I manage kind of the front and the back end of those, because nonprofits like Habitat and other developers that just have the units available actually do the service. We manage the income certification and like post-closing information. So if you have questions, we still can answer your questions or tell you where to go or who you might want to talk to, but those might be referred to directly at the level where you could purchase the home. So just to get started, I don't know, this is like far away for everybody, but I kind of started off talking about the programs that I administer directly. And I don't know if you can see these directly, but if you point your phone at them, the QR codes are there where it'll bring up the actual program on your phone. And I'm hoping that's a little more helpful than seeing it in ant print on the screen. So sorry, but I'm gonna give you a pretty good rundown while we're talking. And so we'll do that first. So the first one is gonna be our down payment assistance, and that's available to anybody purchasing in directly, ooh, whoa, hey, whoa. Oh, Is somebody assisting with making it larger? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, in the sanctuary, God is working, okay? I was like, okay. Thank you. So first with the down payment assistance, you can actually see our information there at the top if you have any questions, et cetera. But the QR code will take you directly to the page where the program is. And so this is eligible, this is available for a household that is trying to purchase in the city of Austin, city limits jurisdiction. I have to say that part because it can sometimes get a little confusing. This particular, we call it a down payment assistance loan, and I'll explain that in a few minutes, but it's specific because when the federal funds, we use home funds to do this particular program, they make you stick to your actual jurisdiction, and then they require other programs to use other funding sources. So like we'd have to have like maybe local tax dollars if we wanted to do outside of our jurisdiction. But inside of our jurisdiction, we're allowed to use these federal funds, and this is down payment assistance up to $40,000. The least amount you can get is $1,000. There's a stop point at $14,999, and then there's amounts from $15,000 to $40,000. We separate those out because they have different time periods for how long you'd have to stay in the home as opposed to paying it back. The payback is only if you choose to sell or if you did some sort of cash out refinance, and it would only be a portion of the money. So let's say you bought the home and you'd already been in 5 years, the $40,000 has like a 10-year of what we call affordability period, or a time period that you have to stay in the house. So if you stayed in there for 5 years, you would owe 20 of that 40. If you got all the way to 7 or 8 years, you'd owe closer to 15 or 10. That last year, it's a little over $5,000. And that amount is required by the federal government for us to kind of like recoup the funds and be able to keep recycling them back into the program. So that's a required time period. But anywho, it is available. You can buy a single family home or a condominium or a townhome. You have to be buying in the full purpose city limits. There is an income requirement of being at 80% or below MFI, which it just, again, is a chart that HUD puts out every year and is available if you go to the QR code, if it takes you directly to that page, and you can see it changes annually. So a lot of times we'll have folks that are like right over the limit, and then in June, they're fine, because that's when the new chart comes out. So it does change annually. You can't have owned a home in the last 3 years, or if you did own a home, if you lost it due to displacement, meaning like me and a person owned it together, but we had to part ways. That could be from divorce, or like two family members owned something together, but it has to be sold due to family deciding it needed to be sold. That is still considered displacement, and we would still be able to use this program even if it had been in the last 3 years. Otherwise, everybody else, it has to be a 3-year time gap between what you've owned and you using the down payment assistance program. Trustee Tech, yes, thank you. Can you move it down a little bit for, yeah, awesome, thank you. The next one's gonna be our community land trust program. Oh, a question.
Just wanted to, before we go too far, can we go back to the QR code, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
I was gonna have him do it at the end, but we can, if you want to catch the down payment assistance page. That's gonna be the upper corner one. And any questions before I move on from down payment assistance? Are folks able to capture it? Are they able to get to the page? Okay, got it. I was like worried, got quiet. Okay. Again, this program is a little different in that we do call it a loan because technically there is a second lien on the house while this is for the 5 or the 10 years, depending on what amount you got. But you're not paying it back. There's no interest rate. None of those things are happening. The only time you do a payback is if you sell or you access the equity in some way, meaning like a cash out refinance. But you could even do a rate and term refinance, meaning like rates they're coming down, but if they were, if it was high right now, and let's say in 4 years you're able to get it down to 4 or 3, we don't make you pay back any money for doing a refinance to get your rate down. So all those options are available, and that's under our down payment assistance program. This can be paired with purchasing an affordable unit. So even if it's not the one that I'm about to talk about, but like Habitat or the developer ones that are around town that are in some of the condo buildings, so some of those, and there's also like GNDC, that's another community land trust. You can combine the two together so you can get the affordable price along with the down payment assistance if you'd like. And so that would give you a reduced sales price along with money that you could put towards the down payment and also closing costs. Is it okay to move to the next chunk without the QR codes? Yes? Okay. The next section that I administer directly, so not to say that there's not other assistance, but this is the one that I do directly from my office, right, is our Austin Community Land Trust homes. We do have another community land trust in town, so we're not the only ones in the game, but I'm gonna focus on what we are, and it'll kind of help you understand what the other one is too. So a community land trust is a different type of affordable homeownership where an entity like a nonprofit, or which is what we are considered in this example, will hold the land and the person will buy the improvement or the home on top. You will pay like a small ground lease fee for renting the ground below it, but really it's kind of like a fee that kind of helps us put money away in case you need to do repairs on the home. But in this model, a lot of high-cost areas have switched to mainly because it still allows us to do a few functions that homeownership allows everybody else to do. One of them is offer homeownership in a high-cost area because you're no longer paying for the land. It also allows us to control the taxes because the city owns the land, so you don't worry about paying taxes on the land, and you only pay taxes on the improvement or the home that you bought, and you're only paying taxes based on the sales price, not based on the value in that area. So it allows us to control a couple of different aspects that become pretty vital in figuring out, can I actually afford the home, not just to get in it, but to keep it? Because this program does allow for you to pass the home down, but you can't pass it down if you can't keep it. So the important part is getting in. The second important part is staying in. You can pass it down lineal, so to children, across to your spouse or mate, or a sister or brother. So still a pretty good opportunity. I always say this part because folks are like, why would I buy something without the land? I'm like, you generally don't own anything until you own it. That's the first part, meaning you paid off the bank, right? But the other part is, in this example that we're giving, if you were to purchase a community land trust home, or even some of the other examples that I gave, your amount that you're going to go in with is going to be a lot less. It's giving you an opportunity to just get into home ownership. This could be a version of a starter home back in the day. Nobody said you had to stay until you had to pass it down to the kids. But if you did get to pass it down to the kids, you still get to pass it down with possibly no mortgage. That'd be amazing, right? That's how a home becomes an asset, at the point where it's not a liability for you or your family anymore. So this is one way to be able to get in and be able to do that at the same time. A lot of folks will say like, well, but what would be the advantage of not having the land or doing this as opposed to doing something else? It depends on your family. This isn't necessarily for everybody, but for folks who are already here in Austin, who work in Austin, whose kids already go to school in Austin, your family's in Austin. I know that was like a main concern for me, and I still had to end up buying outside of Austin, right? But like, my family's all in the core. When it comes to driving back and forth, if like my mom's older, all those things start to get more difficult when folks keep having to move out and out and out. So for me, it was like, we want something that if folks need to do this for 10 years, this is not paying rent for 10 years, right? This is you having equity and appreciation in a home in the core that you can work, retire, get the kids all off to school or wherever they're gonna go. They might choose to stay in the core and also buy an affordable unit. Now everybody's back in town. Whatever version of that makes sense for your family. Because I know a lot of folks, we usually get into these discussions and I'm like, I'm not suggesting this is the only way to go. I'm suggesting this is a way to go though, as opposed to continuously paying rent and not being able to stabilize. Because, rent goes up and down. I'm looking for a new place and moving costs are sunk, right? Like once I pay the deposit and the moving trucks and the this and the that, I don't get that back. I'm paying rent for 4 or 5 years. Nobody's giving me any of that back to do something with, right? 4 to 5 years in one of the homes, you at least have an appreciation amount that you've been earning not what everybody's earning if you didn't use the program, but you are earning 2% a year, which on a $200,000 home is still $4,000 a year. I like to say if you use the down payment assistance plus this, so if you stay in the whole 10 years and the down payment assistance drops off, you've already got $50 to $60 to $70,000 of equity built into an affordable unit. You can most definitely, at 10 years, if your kids are off doing what they're gonna do and you wanna move to the outskirts instead, could definitely do that and walk away with enough down payment to do that, right? And continue on your homeowner journey. So that's my spiel. We do have another community land trust in town, that's Guadalupe. We also have ARA, which operates out here in 78724. So there's opportunities to do this program in case ours aren't exactly what you're looking for. We have new construction coming, so there's a few options there. And just so that when you start hearing community land trust over and over again, or you start to hear it more and more, that's how the program works. Some of them will operate a little differently, but the core of the program is basically the same for everyone. Again, this is at the bottom of the page where the down payment assistance is, but these are some of the other nonprofit builder partners that we have. Either they're getting funds from the city or whatever version of this is available, but these are where you could possibly find other affordable units. Affordable in the sense that there is some sort of funding either from the city or they're getting some sort of benefit from the city to have X amount of units that are available for folks at 80%. And actually, Mueller goes up to, I think, 120. So they consider that workforce housing. So incomes that go up a little bit higher than the 80 are, those homes are available at Mueller. But that there's all these different links on that QR code that you can see the other homes that are available in different versions of this program. So Habitat's not a community land trust. Community Wheelhouse mostly has rentals. Guadalupe Neighborhood is a land trust. Homebase is they actually assist the developers with finding folks to purchase. So not a land trust, but they have other homes that are available. And then Mueller, which has condos and single family and townhomes that are available over here off of Airport. I'm sure you're all familiar with the area. So that would be the next piece you'd want to make a note of. And again, I say, even if this is not for you, if you know a young person or a family that's been trying to figure this out, a teacher, a friend, somebody's niece or nephews, your godchildren, like, it's still really helpful information, because what I find is that the younger folks have just kind of like given up. And they're like, okay, I guess we're not doing this. And I'm like, okay, but there is another opportunity available. And we just want to get folks started back into homeownership again. Just thinking about what those maps showed and what the statistics showed that Chase was talking about, there was a time where Black families were living and thriving and purchasing here, even after they had pushed us over a few times or pushed us to different areas. And my thinking is more like, you could have some of that back, right? Because one generation pays off the house, 2 more generations get to live in it. That's an asset all the way around. So I'm just trying to get that thought or that thinking back out there. Not in a I'm telling you what to do kind of way. I'm making a suggestion. Okay, I just like to say that. So here's our specific program. We've got 39 homes in total, some of which I'm still selling. The ones I'm selling right now are actual renovations that we purchased in 2020. We're renovating those, and we're also building one. The last 6 of them were actually in 78724. So we're in the midst of building an ADU and also renovating a few homes over there. I've had 2 home sales over there, and so pretty exciting. We've got some upcoming projects where we'll be adding more than 50 units to our land trust. Those will be off of Burnett Road and then down in Dove Springs in 78744, which is my neighborhood, in case anybody else is from the same hood. And then we've got some program-specific considerations that the city is requiring me to do, which I'm happy to do because I love the idea, but this is to kind of combat some of the things that Chase talked about earlier. I do have a preference policy that I'm required to do, which is that we try to fill 40% of our homes with families or households from the census tracts that have been getting destabilized, or a lot of people have been pushed out of the neighborhoods. And that's a pretty big chunk of pretty much everything east of the highway. And so if you are part of those census tracts, we kind of have a set aside of homes that we're trying to fill with those households directly. The other part is that we are required to right size, which means that a single person cannot buy a 2 or 3 bedroom automatically. I do have like a little wait period, so I try to fill those with the families that need those first. And then if there's not a household that wants to buy the 2 or 3 bedroom, then the single person household can purchase that. Because we want folks to have something to grow into also. I was very mindful with the new construction and asked them to build something that kind of looks like a 1 plus an extra room that we don't have to call an extra room, just so that we can have something available for folks that are like, well, I'm just moving here and I'm not with anybody yet, or I don't have a kid, but that way hopefully they can move and also stay, right? As their family grows, or at least for a little while the family grows. Or have a guest bedroom. Those are all nice things. Our preference policy under the last round has yielded out of our applicants a more even distribution. So you can see that 42% of my applicants are Hispanic or Latino, and then 32% are Black or African American, which is higher than what we would typically see in any of the rest of our programs and just who's purchasing in general. Now, this doesn't mean that they've switched over to purchasing. This is who's applying currently, and we're working with families to try to get them through the process. But it's just the point that that's why, if you're thinking in your head, oh, I haven't seen like a giant press release about this, or I haven't seen, it's because most of the time I'm doing more like this and less like giant press release to try to get into the community and get folks talking about it and telling their friends and their family, as opposed to it going into a giant public platform and then everybody applies and then I'm stuck telling folks, no, we have a preference first, and then I can fill those other units with everybody else later. So just trying to make sure we're keeping our numbers in line with this. We do also have some displacement prevention programs. So these are if you already own a home in the city of Austin and you're trying to stay in your home. So this is gonna be home repair. So those are gonna be some grants that run from $7,500 to $20,000. And then we've got a different program that also kind of works like the down payment assistance, where they would come in and do $75,000 worth of work, or if it's a demolish and rebuild, up to $350,000, where we would tear it down and put up a new structure. And that does have like an affordability period attached to it, so that's why it's separate from the grant program. Some estate planning, because we know folks need to remember to do some paperwork. Once you have an asset, you need to do some paperwork to make sure your family can keep hold of the asset. So estate planning. And then, of course, homeowner education and mortgage support. So if you are looking to purchase, if you're trying to purchase, if you've already purchased but you're having a hard time, you're trying to figure out what to do, job loss, income loss, any of those things, you can actually speak to the nonprofit that's connected to this one, which is Del Valley Community Coalition. They don't just assist Del Valley, that's just the name of the nonprofit. And you can talk to them about education or mortgage support if that's what's needed. I'm gonna leave this one for a few seconds in case anybody needs to catch a QR code. Oh, I don't know if we need this one. So the next steps for us, I think as an organization, we're just looking for more affirmative marketing, which is a super fancy term, but it's very specific and it's a requirement, where our job at the city is to make sure that us and other organizations that we're connected to market. When they say affirmative marketing, it's a very specific phrase that means that we're getting to folks who would least likely get this information, and to make sure that they know that the resources are available. So that's the difference between me coming here and me just saying, well, there's a press release or there's a commercial, right? Is that where you go into the community or you figure out where the folks are that you need to reach and you go do the reach. And so that's a requirement under anything that's housing related specifically. And so we're focusing there. We found that there's been some success there. We're also trying to analyze different obstacles. So we're going in and investigating what is keeping folks from, they got on and they did the first part of the application, what's keeping them from going to the next part or figuring out, where they fit. Can they purchase a market price house out there on the market and just use down payment assistance? Do they need to do one of our affordable units along with the down payment assistance? Do they realize that they can do those two programs together? So we're trying to figure out what's stopping them from going from one step to the other. And then support, so letting folks know that there's home buyer education, that there's actual counseling that goes along with that education. So if you're not quite ready, they can help you get ready. And then that there's home buyer funds available. A lot of folks will ask us if you can combine this with the other programs that are in the area. And these are some of the other programs that are available. There's no QR code, but if you want to take a picture of the slide, you can. So ours is specific to City of Austin city limits, and these are Travis County and then also statewide. We typically can't combine them because they all have the same similar requirements in terms of they need to be in a certain place behind the mortgage in order for everybody to be able to legally reside where they need to reside to be able to do the program. So we haven't been able to really combine them, but they are available. So one may fit if you're, let's say, buying in Pflugerville, Round Rock, Buda, Kyle. You might want to use the Texas First-Time Home Buyer Grant. That is the Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation one, as opposed to the Travis County Down Payment Assistance Program, which is anywhere in Travis County. But they are available. We just typically can't layer them together, unfortunately. And we're kind of working to see how we can make that happen. We're also looking at best practices to kind of expand some of these programs outside of just our direct jurisdictions, but just to see how we can work together to make sure that we're expanding the programs in general. And then, I already talked about we're not typically able to layer those together, but that kind of gives you an idea if you're wondering I saw this other thing, can we put them all together? Not typically, but sometimes if you're working with a lender that is familiar with these programs, they'll generally know if it's a yes or a no. And that's the end. Thank you. Can we answer any questions for you guys? Yes, sir. They do have the ground lease, and this is also the same for just a regular affordable units. It's a 99-year. Sure. Do you mind re-asking your question with the microphone? It's coming.
I was just asking a question about the city being owning the land. Can it possibly be for the owner to actually own the land or buy back that land from the city?
So it's 99 years. That's the initial period. So it'd be a few generations down. And I'm not sure that they've actually put a process in place to have that happen yet, but that would be the idea. And if you're looking at ones that are not, sorry, let me just finish answering this part. If you're looking for one, like Habitat, for instance, or some of the other affordable units, it's just 99 years and then that's it. And then it's a market unit. So you could sell it to whoever and also make whatever money you would make on it.
I saw information about the ADU, and you really didn't talk much about that, but I was curious if y'all are planning on expanding that idea.
So the ADU that I was speaking of is we're just adding a unit to be able to sell to folks. It's not part of the home, like the actual zoning, because the land was actually big enough for us to do it without that. But we can do, I don't know if you want to talk about Home One. Because the zoning is passed, but there's not really any additional information right now. Like if you're looking for like programs, is that what you're? I don't have any additional information about it at the moment, except for the fact that Home One has passed, meaning you can put additional units on land. You want to take a stab at?
There's nothing firm right now, but I can say the council has been requesting sort of organizing material on and developing a program for people to more easily develop an ADU. Like if Because right now, it's a lot easier to build an accessory dwelling unit on your property if you've got the money to do it. And so like bridging that gap for people, like identifying what we can do as a city to bridge, to help out with that financing. But nothing firm at the moment.
Okay, now when someone purchases it and they get ready to sell, what are the requirements for them to be able
Uh-oh,
to
I'm gonna have a hard time. I can't make all of it out.
I'm sorry?
I can't hear all the words.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. My question was, when someone purchases a home and then they get ready to sell, what are the requirements for them to be able to sell their home?
So in all the affordable programs, whether it's land trust or not land trust, as long as it's an affordable unit, there is, you would inform the agency that you purchased from. We would tell you what the sales price is gonna be, and then it does have to go to another income eligible household. That could be through marketing, could be you have a family member that's ready to purchase, but they would go through income certification, and then the rest of the sale would go like normal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Would you mind going back to the second to last slide?
One more?
One more back, or one more back? Yes, thank you. Hold that right.
Anyone else? Don't be shy.
Happy to answer any more data-related questions too, and we're public servants, so we very much want to be present and available to y'all. And this was a research request originally, just from a commission in the city, so it really leads down really productive pathways if you have just clarification questions and anything of that nature. That wasn't meant to be the finish, but yeah, it can be too. But
No? Yes. Wait.
And you said earlier that the income changes every year.
Yes, ma'am?
The request, okay.
It's adjusted every year with the data in the, what they call the MSA. So it's like they include us, Round Rock, as a metropolitan statistical area. And so they take an average every year, and then they come back with a chart and let us know what the maximums could be per member in your household.
Let's give them a round of applause.
feel free to reach out to the contacts on the last slide if you would like to.
All righty. And fantastic. Well, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. Great information. Now, one thing before I forget, I didn't mention it earlier. We're trying to avoid paper. So on those middle tables where you walk out, as you go out, you'll see two, laminated cards like this. We want you to take a picture because we want you to evaluate every class you go to. And I'm sure there'll all be super duper evaluations. But we do want you to evaluate. You just take a picture with it. And all the classes are going to be listed. So that way you can either do it immediately after the class, or you can do it during lunch or whatever. So there's one like this on each table as you walk through the center to participate. Just mention the housekeeping rules. I think, for those that are new, the restrooms are on either side as you walk in. And then, of course, if you're going over to the Learning Center for a class, as soon as you walk into the doors for the Learning Center, the restrooms are right in front of you. Hopefully everyone, if you haven't checked in, the registration table is over here. They should give you a schedule so you can see all the wonderful classes that are planned for you. Also, they'll be giving you a red ticket. You know, it's just a show to eat, but you're going to hold on to it for the wonderful door prizes at the end. And then, of course, if many of you have brought your questions, you might win some stuff in some of the classes. I know, you know, we've got some of our speakers in here. They might want to give me a late announcement. I know Frost Bank said that in their classes, they've got $25 gift cards to give out. And so maybe some of the other sponsors are doing some things special, whether you do it in their classes, or I highly encourage you to pass by their tables as you move between the buildings, okay? And, you know, I'm going to try to give you a little time back so you can look at your schedule. And we got some fantastic classes coming up at 10 o'clock here in the main building. There'll be an excellent class done by Keystone Bank on banking basics. In the Learning Center, room 111, managing debt by Frost Bank. In 113, an excellent class by Comerica Bank on knowing your banker. In room 107, an excellent class on starting your business with excellent tips on how to start your business by BCL of Texas. And in room 108, your pathway to home ownership by Frost Bank. And then finally in room 109, valuable money lessons to teach your kids. And a matter of fact, if we have some of the speakers in here, maybe we can have them stand or raise their hand. Is Samantha or Kara? They're right there. So those are banking basics right there. Let me see, I don't know, I don't see Vicky. She might already be over in her class. And Miss Whalen, Miss Shields, and her team. I think they brought another good-looking lady with them. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. With Comerica Bank, and I thought I saw Mr. Marshall. I thought I saw him. There he is, for those that want to follow him. And let me see, I see Chris. Okay, all right. Well, we thank you so much for showing early. Up, and so you as all you can already see, there was some great information, and all of these classes are excellent. And looks like we got a couple of quick hands. Do we still have the microphone? Yeah, we got a sharp young lady coming right to you.
Good morning. I have something I want to mention.
Keep the microphone by your mouth.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I can get the information to you later, Roger. On the 8th, from 6 to 7, Foundation Communities is partnering with Habitat for Humanity, and they're going to do a Zoom meeting, and they have homes in 2 different locations that you can buy.
Excellent.
They may be already built from the ground up, or either they're building them here in Austin.
Excellent. Please get that information to you, and I can share that with all the attendees.
You'll own everything.
Excellent. Was there another hand? Or you were just pointing to my sister here? Okay. All righty. Well, we're giving everybody 10 minutes to use the facilities, look over plan your schedule out, and I think they still have a few continental breakfast refreshments left, so you can move around and be right on time for your 10 o'clock session. Thank you, everyone.
Is it on? Okay. Oh.
Oh, that is on.
Yeah. Well, hi. So I'm Carrie Kastner with Keystone Bank. But yeah, let me, sorry.
Here, hold on.
Oh, there we go.
click.
Yes. Okay. So Keystone Bank, just a little history for us. We're headquartered here. We're a community bank. Our headquarters, all of our decisions are made in Austin, Texas. We have 2 main locations here. We designed the bank to be community oriented, but then we spent a lot of money to make it tech savvy. Most people are on their smartphone and that's how they want to bank. So we try to create products that made it really easy for people. So I'm Carrie Kastner, Business Development Officer.
And I'm Samantha Mullen. I'm in compliance and internal audit, but I help a lot with the community development piece of the bank.
And so, thank you. We're going to do banking basics, and a lot of this you'll already know. A lot of you guys already know it, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper and kind of explain the backstory. We'll be able to, like a quick show of hands, how many of you have used a banking app to purchase something? Yep. Or buy something on Amazon? Okay, this is good. What about a debit card or a credit card? Okay, yes. So we've used all these things. How do we know that it's secure? Where does it come from? What are our options? That's what we're going to kind of dive deep into, so you can kind of understand how to best use your money and empower yourself. And we got Money Smart for Adults. That's the name of this program. We got it from the FDIC. The FDIC put this program together. It's designed to build positive relationship with finances, a deeper understanding of your products, and kind of manage your accounts with confidence. There's that QR code, and if you have a phone, take a photo of that QR code. That is going to give you the full presentation and so much information that you can take home with you. This is just going to be kind of we're going to highlight 3 main things. We're going to highlight financial institutions and products, opening an account, and managing an account. But if you want to see everything or kind of follow along in a participation guide, you can either click that code or we can pass these out. And so, let me grab your clicker real quick. Oh, yes, sorry. That's okay. Let me see. So what is the FDIC? What I love about the FDIC, it stands for Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So it's an independent agency that was created by the government in 1933, basically by Franklin FDR, to make sure that our banks are secure and safe, that our money is safe. And so that's who put together this program. And you can see up there the website if you need more information. They're non-biased. They're simply there to help kind of stabilize our financial system. And so, let's see. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is financial products, services, and providers. And the key takeaway is that it's not a one-size-fits-all. Everyone has different needs and goals, and so you have choices. So on page 4 of your participation guide, that's where we're at right now. Let's see. So the first choice that you have is where you want to put your money. They're financial providers or institutions that are backed by the FDIC or insurance are either banks or credit unions. And they're very similar. Both of them accept money, accept deposits. You can put your money there, and you know that it's safe. Both of them lend money. You can get loans. And then a lot of them offer all different types of products. But let's dive a little bit deeper into the deposit accounts. So banks and credit unions have deposit accounts. Examples are your checking account, a savings account, a CD. Checking account is operational, everyday activity. Money's kind of coming in and out. Savings will pay you interest. Your bank will give you money, pay you interest, just to put your money in that little savings account or big savings account. And the account pays interest. The more money you deposit into that, the longer you keep it there, typically the higher the interest, or I'm sorry, the higher amount of money that you'll earn. Some checking accounts can have interest on it, but mostly checking accounts, operational, everyday funds, and then savings accounts, the bank will actually pay you interest based on the type of account you set up and what the interest rate is. And feel free to stop and ask questions or interject. Okay. So another thing, so on the other side, you can deposit your money there. Now what if you need money? Banks can lend you money. And some examples of how they can lend money are through a credit card, through an auto loan, a mortgage, a line of credit, student loans, installment loans. There's so many different ways that a bank can lend you money based on what your needs are. The customer or the member, you would pay interest on that loan. Rather than the bank giving you interest for the savings account, now you're gonna pay interest on whatever money they lend to you. There's also, like, oftentimes there are fees associated with it. Depending on your credit and your history, you can kind of negotiate what your rate is. But how much interest you pay depends on the interest rate and how much money you borrow, and then how long you keep it there. So that's like the real simple black and white version of it. And there are more similarities between banks and credit unions than there are differences. They have all kinds of, both types of products, mortgages, savings account, debit cards. The biggest difference between them is a bank has customers while a credit union has members. And so for credit unions, the membership is usually based on a criteria. Like you might have heard of Navy Federal Credit Union, and that's basically a lot of people that were in the Navy created that. They created members, and they created the credit union. Some are faith-based, military, farmers. So credit unions kind of started out as a unique group of individuals that created a membership program. And then it's not for profit. The money just goes back into the members. And so for banks, it's a little more flexible in that you don't have to really be a part of a membership. We're known as customers. There's no membership criteria, and it's owned by shareholders. And all banks are a little bit different. What I love about Keystone is Sam and I are actual shareholders. So we're such a small bank, and we're such a community bank that all the employees have some shares, all of our investors have some shares, and we're not public. So it's owned by a group of us in Austin, and it keeps growing. And then where you have Chase Bank and Bank of America, those are public, and their shareholders are, owned on a much higher scale. Yes.
What are the advantages, though, of being private versus public? What would you say the biggest advantages are in terms of your bank versus Wells Fargo and Bank of America? What are the biggest advantages?
Yeah. So this is my first time to work at a community bank, and I love it. I used to work at a larger, big banks, and the disadvantages, or the advantages and the disadvantages. The advantages of a big bank, if there was a large corporation that wanted to build a huge building in downtown Austin, they could do that through Wells Fargo or Bank of America. But if they were a small business owner that needed like some flexibility, didn't really fit into a box, and they needed a loan to start a business, you could do that through a community bank a lot easier. You'll have a one-on-one person, they're more creative with it. So big banks have its purpose for like big corporations, and sometimes it's convenient. Historically, big banks have had the best technology. So like their app is really fun or like interactive, it's easy to use. But luckily, like banks like Keystone and smaller banks are investing in that because more and more people need that. They need a good user interface. So yeah, that's a great question. Do you want to add to that, like the difference between?
I was just going to say a lot of it too just is locations. The national banks have larger locations versus some of the community banks. Like we're just local in the Austin area. So something to kind of consider when you're looking at different banks too is what technology do they have if they aren't somewhere in your location, like a small community bank as well. And just like the different deposits that they offer, we can kind of sometimes offer a little bit more of a competitive rate by having those kind of relationships as a community bank.
No.
No, please do.
No, we need this. This is what we need. No.
Okay, so I want to open up a bank account for a grandchild.
Yeah.
Can I walk me through that? I have a couple of grandchildren, I want to open up a bank account for them. Not that I'm avoiding their parents.
Yeah.
Not that they're afraid to put it in their name, but I want to put it in a grandchild's name. Walk me through that, or can I do it?
You can. Some banks have different deposit accounts where it's more, so depending on what the age is, right? Some banks, especially some credit unions, have deposit accounts that are just basically student savings accounts. So it just kind of teaches them the value of money. They own the account. They can put the money in. You kind of talk through the transactions. We'll talk a little bit about that too here. And so that's one way to kind of help them get involved in the banking system is student accounts as that. There are other bank accounts that you can have where you can put the money aside for them, where they can either be able to get transactions out of that account, or you can make it where it's a restricted account where they can only get transactions out like when they hit 18. So there's different variety ways. You can also put them on an account that you own and just have them as a beneficiary. So then if it's a savings account and that grows, then they are able to have access to that money. So a few options.
Yeah. And actually, these are great questions because we're going to go into those different types of options. Like what's best scenario for a checking account versus a savings account. Because if, say if it's for your grandkids and they're not going to touch it for a while, maybe a savings account is the best option. So we'll go through those too. So these are good questions. One thing to know is that your money is secure. The FDIC insures the money, your funds, if the bank or the credit union is backed by the FDIC, for up to $250,000 per depositor. And then I am a history buff, and I found this video that kind of talks about the history of really how banks have evolved and why we needed the FDIC, because we're celebrating 90 years of having this program. So I'm going to play it for us real quick. Oh, I got to do it here. Boom. Oh. Maybe I can't do the video. Sorry. Yeah. Am I able to play this video? I see a little video. Maybe you push it? Okay. Okay, there's that. There we go. I think it's going to happen. There might be a small ad. Thanks for your patience. It does. Maybe we can. Okay. Any other questions while he's working on it? Or any other takeaways that you really want to get from this? Like some. We are a bank. Mm-hmm. Yep.
How many locations in Austin, outside of Austin?
We have 2 in Austin, and then we have 1 in West Texas, in Ballinger, Texas.
So our nearest location to here is our downtown location off of 5th Street. And then we also have a headquarters out in Bee Cave. And then we also have 1 branch out in West Texas, I don't know if it's necessarily West Texas, in Ballinger near San Angelo as well.
Is there like a fee for a bank account? Is there like a fee? Is there a fee for like a bank account? Do you have fees for bank accounts?
Depends on, you probably know the accounts better than I do, but.
There are typically always some type of fee for a bank account. But there are typically always ways that you can waive that fee. So a lot of banks or credit unions will have an account, and if you keep a minimum balance of, say, let's example, $100, your monthly fee is waived. So that's kind of how it works with a lot of the products, and every bank is different, and every product is a little different. There's usually ways to offset fees, but there typically are fees as well, because it costs money to do all these transactions and to keep it secure. So that's a great question, and that's a great question you ask when you're about to open up the account. Like, that's the question you say, like, how do I avoid fees? You know? And they should be able to spell that out for you.
And some even has qualifications too. Like, we have a checking account that you have, if you put a if you have a direct deposit, if you have 12 debit card transactions, then you would also avoid the fee and get higher interest as well on that account. Question back.
I have a quick question. The interest rate that you charge on your savings account, is it comparable to the other banks?
We like to say yes.
The same?
We do. Obviously, there's been a shift in the interest recently with the feds cutting rates and stuff. So, but I do believe we are still pretty competitive. That's what my marketing guy tells me as well. But
No, that's the magic question with, especially like retail and community banking. It's where our leadership has to decide, like, we want to be really competitive, but you don't want to lose money and you don't want to scare people away. So it's like trying to find that right number. And so some banks, and we do this too, we call it pocket pricing, where we start a conversation, depending on the relationship and what they're looking to do and the amount of money that they want to put in, and we can kind of negotiate what that rate will be. And that's also an advantage of using like a community bank, because we do that.
Are trying to pay debt through your bank, and you want to pay that debt off, but you want a financial advisor, somebody that will be able to set an account for you. If you have a regular checking and savings account, then there will be, maybe is there another account that you can add on to that you can deposit money directly into, that will help you pay off like student loans and things like that, that can go directly to those those monthly payments. If you put like $300 in and for a separate checkings account just for debt, do you guys offer financial for that particularly?
we don't have per se a specific program at our bank. I know several banks do offer a specific program to help with that piece of it, but you are always welcome to open up an account and use that as that function, and work with the different financial advisor. I think we have a slide in here. It's in the back of section 3, and it's in the guide too, where you can kind of look, and it's a website to find someone to help with financial planning piece. But that is a good tactic to do, is open a separate account that you don't touch, have those money being automatically put in there, make sure you have the correct amounts in there that just kind of match up, as well, to pay off bills, just to kind of get that rapport as well.
And to add on to that, I flipped over to this slide because deposit products, like a savings account, could be used for that purpose. Of debt. You could have your operational account as a checking account and then a savings account. You could do automatic sweeps that go into that savings account every month, and then from that savings account you know you're going to pay a portion of your debt off. So there's real ways you can do it through just checking accounts and savings accounts, but then also there are a ton of tools, like she said, that are in that participation guide.
And another thing you can do, this is kind of later in the presentation as well, but I kind of like the open dialogue versus the presentation, to be honest.
Yeah.
is a lot of banks offer like the direct deposit route. So you can sign up with your employer and open up a bank account and just throw money directly from your check into that banking account. You give them the authorization to do so as a service to your bank account. So that's another thing. I know I do it personally. I take a portion of my money and just throw it straight into savings, so I never see it because I do like Amazon a lot. So it kind of helps to kind of build up my savings account as well.
And to segue into that, so there are different types of savings accounts. A basic saving account you can have access to. The interest rate is a little bit lower, but it's really flexible. Like, you can quickly pull from it. If you want something that has a higher interest rate, you want to save more money, and maybe it's for a set amount of time, that's where you'd get the certificate of deposit or a CD. So an example is you want to save money for a new laptop, and it's going to take you about a year. You could use a CD, or you could use a savings account. If you use a CD, the interest rate is a little bit higher, and it's a certain period of time that you have to keep the money in there. Otherwise, you might get a penalty if you take the money out. So regular savings account, more flexible. Certificate of deposit, CD, higher interest rate, but great for planning. And then a money market is actually higher interest rate as well, flexible. You can take it out. It's not like that CD where you have a time frame, but there's typically like restrictions or like higher minimum balance that you have to maintain in order to have that money market. Yes.
Is y'all's CDs monthly or annual on the interest rate?
The interest rate for a CD, well, if it's a 3-month CD, annual, it's a monthly
Is it a monthly interest on our CDs?
but it matures, but it's designed to mature to that full rate at that time period. So say it's a 3-month CD, and you're supposed to get 3% back. Okay. The first month might be 1%, then another percent, then another percent. Is that how it accrues?
I don't know on our CDs if we do it monthly or annually. I think we do it monthly. Don't quote me on that, though. But that is something good. Like when you're opening a CD account, that is something good to ask and look for. And banks are required to give you that disclosure on there that tells you when they do compound that interest into your account.
Okay, so for the 3 to 5 years, do y'all have a set interest rate on that, or is it?
We do.
Differs. Okay.
We do.
Can you tell me that?
The rates. We don't even publish them anywhere.
We don't even publish them because interest rates just changed, and there's so many different variables. For example, if you had $100, $10,000, $25,000, $500,000, the rates will be different if you want to do it.
So y'all would increase the interest rate the more you put in?
There's usually a sweet spot kind of in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's like 5 years is the max and 3 months is the minimum, usually the highest can be that sweet spot in the middle. And then it's designed to mature, within that time frame at the rate that you signed the CD. I like money markets better because money markets, you're not penalized if you want to take it out halfway through that time frame or a year, or you can leave it. So money markets are much more flexible, and they keep accruing the interest.
And they have a high interest rate.
And they usually have a higher
in this
interest
market,
rate.
at least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You do have a minimum for the money markets, and normally it's a higher minimum than you would have to keep in a checking account.
Mm-hmm.
So what I could find out the minimum if I went online, is that, or do you publish that?
That is published. It's in the disclosures. I believe our bargain market is 2,500. Is that the minimum?
Mm-hmm.
So again, higher balance to leave within there, but then you also get the reward of the higher interest rate as well. It's kind of, when you look at a checking account, it's kind of that balance. Like, are you looking at something to do some kind of transactions through, or are you looking to kind of get that value on your money that will stay in your account for a while?
What I love about this conversation and y'all's questions is you could kind of use all of the savings accounts. Like you could start with a regular savings account until you get to, say, 2,500, and then you can move it into a money market because you're going to earn more interest, you know? So it is pretty flexible, and it's based on your needs and where you are at that time. As the bank, we've been around, we started in 2018, but yeah, Keystone Bank, but our founders, Jeff Wilkinson and Brian St. George, they started Pioneer Bank years before, created that, built it up, sold it, waited for their non-compete, and then we created Keystone Bank to be more centered around the community, but then also more advanced within technology and products. So it's more, the interface is a little bit easier. So we have a lot of experience, even though we're kind of new.
Just kind of like a off question.
Yeah.
We all know that finances are kind of changing, you know, the Federal Reserve, things are kind of changing. Are you guys going to stay on track with that, meaning Bitcoin, meaning, what is it?
Like
NFTs,
crypto. Yeah.
Are you guys that's the, you know, eventually we can't avoid that. So are you guys going to kind of shift that way?
We have not really discussed that. Like, we are pretty traditional and conservative as far as banking goes. There are other platforms or financial institutions that can do crypto, NFTs, and we'll let you talk.
You kind of want to keep it, we like the people, we know that the money, like, we don't want to force that upon the community.
And the FDIC piece.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, the thing with that too is, one, crypto, NFTs, all of that I say they're new, but they're not really new anymore, right? But they are still new, where that value is hard to put into a bank account. So a lot of the traditional banking do not, you know, either hold your crypto or distribute crypto, just because it's not regulated well. So it's just hard to kind of get the value of that to our customers. It's kind of one of the reasons we don't. But then also, if you do decide, you know, that is something that you're interested in, take a step back and see where that crypto is coming from. A lot of those companies aren't FDIC insured, so you don't get the value if something happened to that company. Basically, FTX is a perfect example of people who have put money in there that they didn't get their money back, or still working to get their money back because they weren't federally insured. So that's a good part of working with the bank, is you do have that assurance that if something happened to the bank, you would get your money at least up to $250,000.
So basically, you're saying if crypto was at 50,000 and it dropped to 45,000, FDIC wouldn't cover that 45.
If it is not with an FDIC insured bank, no, it would not cover it. Actually, no,
not, yeah.
at all. Crypto is not covered at all by FDIC insurance.
Right. Just making that clear.
Yeah.
Is your FDIC presentation on YouTube?
It is.
It is.
Yeah, Curtis, can you go to YouTube and just show if you know where it is?
Yeah.
He could get out and just go to YouTube and show it.
I could probably show him
Yeah.
if you want to,
That's what I'm saying. You
take
could show
over.
Curtis, and
Yeah.
but for some reason this is,
Done clicking.
and then he could maybe go to YouTube and show it for you.
trying to get the screen back up.
And so in the meantime, the money markets, you have terms on the money markets, right? Just like the CDs, like it would be 12 months or 18 months on money markets, or how to?
No.
Or what are the terms of money markets?
Money markets there's no terms. I think is what her slide just said. Money markets typically aren't terms. They're just a higher savings or checking account option. So only products that have specific terms where you can't touch those monies normally is in the CDs, at least at our bank. There might be some other banks that do offer money markets where they require you to keep it in there for a minimum time. But again, that's something they have to disclose when you open the account. And really good questions to ask about too. And a lot of these questions, there is a tool kit. Move ahead.
Do you want the clicker or?
I think I found it. On page 10 of the participation guide, I think, is a toolkit. It's the supply my checking. my basic apply it, my banking checklist, if I can read properly. And it has questions on there, kind of what y'all are asking about to go look for when you do open an account. So I thought this was a really handy tool that if you are looking for a place to put your money and you are shopping around for financial institutions, which you should, because every one offers different products and different services as well. This was a very good thing to kind of keep track of when you ask those questions to those different banks or credit unions, to kind of keep everything straight when you make a decision, so you could make an informed decision on where you do want to put your money.
I don't have internet access. But, we put together like a fun little matchup and scenario that I thought could be fun. So just a quick game for deposits that we've talked about, because we talked about savings accounts, checking accounts, and then like CDs or money markets. So here's a scenario. You want to save for ACL next year, but you need access to your money still. You want to earn interest on it. What's the best product, you think, for that scenario? So you want to save for a concert ticket, let's say. You want to go to ACL next year. It's not too much money, but it's a lot of money. It's next year. You want to earn interest on that money, but you still want access to it. You still want to be able to grab it if you need to. Which product would you think would match best with that scenario? That's it. Yes. Or a money market, yes. But savings account, according to this, like this package, this program, they liked the savings account, yes. Okay, so you're getting your first like pay raise, paycheck, and you want to manage daily expenses, snacks to go to the movies, paying a little bill. What kind of account would you use to operate? Yep. So some of these are really easy. Third scenario, you want to save for a big trip in 3 years. Like maybe you're getting married, maybe you're graduating, maybe you want to do a family vacation. You want to earn a higher interest rate. What's the best option for you?
Money market.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a great choice, yes. You have two options. You could do a money market, and you could also do a CD. Yeah. So it's kind of fun to dream about what you want and know that there are financial options for you to get there.
To save your money, being charged to save your money, is there any way around?
So just the extra fees.
You know, like, is there any way around those fees? Like,
Give me an example.
okay, well, okay, you put 500 when you go in, okay, right? You have your, let's just say, person has their first paycheck. Yeah, you're wrong. I want to start paying with a checking account. And here's my first check. I can my first check. Let's put $100 into my savings. And let's say, like, by the next paycheck, you don't touch the $100, another $100 went in, and that was consistent for 3 times. So now you have $300. Now, let's say like 4 months later, you have to touch that $300. And is there any way that you can get around that fee with having to touch that $300? You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand what you're saying. It depends on, honestly, depends on the bank and the account that you put it in. Some banks might charge you a fee for that. I think overall in banking, the big push has been to stop charging customers kind of what they call junk fees like that to get the money out. And that's a big push and a big, from just the national level that's been pushed down to the banks to kind of think about that and consider. For in your scenario though, I would just make sure if you're trying to avoid the fees and you really want those savings and that interest, just make sure that you know what your minimum balance has to be to make sure you don't go below that to pull out that fee, as well as just make sure that there isn't like a transfer fee or something else if you want to move that to a different bank account as well. And if there is a limit, there shouldn't be limits anymore on savings account. That rule kind of went away I think around COVID, but just make sure that that bank hasn't continued to keep that in there. So when you go and you ask these questions, when you open a bank account, make sure you get their disclosure that tells you that, and also make sure you get their fee schedule and kind of make sure you understand what fees are going in and out of there before you open that account, to make sure that that is an account for you that you want, that is going to serve your business banking needs. I think she's working on the slide, on the video still, but.
So one other question on the money market. So the money market has, if I put $1,000 in, or I don't know if that's your minimum, $1,000 in the
Right.
money market, I'll get a certain interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
And a year from now, or when will the interest rate change, rather? If I put $1,000 in the money market today at 3.5%,
That's also
when will it change?
That's also a good question. So when you go and you open your bank account, it's also a good question to ask if that's a fixed rate or a variable rate. Some money markets are variable rates, which means the bank has the discretion to change them at any time. So you might come in as a higher rate, and then it could gradually, change up or down, to the benefit of either. But if it's a fixed rate, that is the rate that the bank has to abide by. So you would get that rate consistently, and it cannot change.
He's going to work on the video, but we've already done he's going to work on the video, which I'm really excited about. But let's move on. We talked about deposit products. And we played the quick game, the little scenarios. Let's talk about some credit products, because banks or credit unions also lend money. You can borrow money in the form of a credit card, a line of credit, installment loans, or mortgages. Most people have heard of credit cards. Basically, you borrow money on everyday items, but you have to pay it back every month. And if you don't pay it back in full every month, you're charged an interest. You're charged a fee. So credit cards can be, you want to manage it well. You have to be responsible with it. It's great to give you flexibility, but if you can pay it off every month, then you're letting that card work for you. You could get rewards, benefits, airline miles. If you don't pay it off every month, then you're getting really high fees, and you're having to pay a lot of money. So that's where it's fun. You could think of it as a game. I'm going to make this card work for me, not vice versa. And you do that by making sure you pay it off every month. And then you build really good credit, and that allows you to get a mortgage, get a car loan, to get even more. So a line of credit is similar to a credit card, but there's not an actual card. Line of credit is there's no physical card. It's kind of, you use it as a needs be basis. Sometimes it's a safety net for people. It's not as common as a credit card. Installment loans are a fancy way of saying an auto loan. If you need to buy appliances. Even a mortgage is a type of installment loan. And then mortgages, of course, are home loans. There's more options to mortgages where you could do a home equity line of credit, but they're typically installment loans too. Yeah.
So so with the credit card, if I pay it off every month on time, then there is no interest amount or interest fee.
Right.
So how does the bank make money on credit cards? If I spend $1,000 and I pay $1,000, how do you make money on credit cards? And I know if I'm late or don't pay at all, there's the fee, and you could make some additional. But do you, or rather, question maybe, do you make money if I pay it on time?
No?
No, but there's the combination of people that overspend and aren't disciplined with it. They're going to have to pay fees. And so that's why, if you do get a credit card, start out really small and know that, just use it to, play the game, to start building your credit. Yeah, there are so many people that owe fees on it, or that it balances out. But if you do pay it every month, you can get, airline miles, cash back. You can get some really cool stuff. And it builds your credit. Anytime someone runs a credit report, it lets them know, like, oh, they're confident spending money and paying it back. Like, they know how to do that. They're responsible with their money. But we're gonna I think we're gonna do the video. This is the FDIC one, and I really loved it because it shows that our government has just a secure way for us to bank or use a credit union, and kind of the history of banking.
The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation was born in 1933 during an economic crisis. Its mission: to maintain financial stability and public confidence in our nation's banking system.
Let me make it clear that the banks will take care of all needs.
Since that time, the FDIC has worked to make certain America's banks can continue to provide a strong foundation for our nation's growth, in good times and during moments of economic uncertainty. In the many years since the extraordinary bank runs of the Great Depression, the FDIC has protected depositors from financial ruin. And for 90 years, no one has lost a penny of their insured deposits. When President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Banking Act of 1933 into law, individuals, families, and businesses could, for the first time, know their bank deposits were safe. This national insurance system cemented the FDIC's role in the U.S. financial system by restoring trust and confidence in the nation's banks. Buoyed by the security provided by deposit insurance and a booming post-war economy, America's financial system entered a 30-year period of stable growth. Beginning in the 1980s, the nation confronts a new period of crisis, when confidence in the U.S. financial system would again be tested. Rolling regional recessions hit the agriculture, energy, and real estate sectors. Along with rising interest rates, nearly 3,000 commercial banks and savings and loans would ultimately fail, numbers not seen since the Great Depression. This turmoil would again be followed by a period of economic growth and record bank profits. But that would all end in 2008. A Great Recession hammers global markets. Millions of households lose their homes to foreclosure, and more than 500 banks would ultimately fail. But through it all, no insured depositor lost a penny of their funds. Throughout its history, the FDIC has evolved to meet new and emerging challenges. But even as the world of banking has changed since 1933, the FDIC remains true to its mission, that banks operate safely, soundly, and fairly. And above all, to protect the insured deposits people entrust to our nation's banks.
And so credit unions have their own version of the FDIC. So credit unions are also secured. I just wanted to make sure you know that, in case you prefer a credit union. Okay, let's see, where were we? Thank you so much for playing the video. I think this is frozen. So we can play the credit matchup. Similar game. I'll give you a scenario. You'll tell me which is the best option, which credit product you would use. And these are really self-explanatory, but it's still kind of fun to test yourself. So you're looking to purchase your first home. You need to borrow a large sum of money, and you'll pay it back over many years. What type of loan would that be? That's it. Mortgage loan. You want to buy a car for your daily commute to work, a new car. What would be the loan, or what kind of credit product would you use? I heard you, yes. Installment loan. So an auto loan kind of falls under the bucket of an installment loan. So yeah, you would get an auto loan. Last scenario, You want a way to pay for everyday expenses like food and gas, but you want to earn rewards on whatever you're spending. What would be a good option for you? Yep, a credit card. And it's important to, I love this scenario, like the sneaker temptation, because it resonates with me, and I think you. Like, we love sneakers, right? And so imagine going into a store and you see an amazing pair of sneakers, but you don't have the money, and then the sales associate comes up and says, oh, you can open up a credit card. We got you, and you can pay for it later. You're like, great, let's do it. So you need to know what the pros and cons of that action is before you decide to do it. Excuse me. So the pros are easy. Instant gratification, you get new sneakers. It's easy. It's convenient. It's flexible. The cons, if you don't manage it, you could accumulate debt. You'll have a temptation to like overspend again, and then you could incur higher interest rates, higher fees, and it just gets bigger and bigger. So make sure you weigh those pros and cons. And remember to play the game for you. If you know that you can pay that in full, like if you know you have the money and you want to put it on the credit card, you can, and then pay it right off. Okay. And then, I guess this is you, kind of.
Yeah, we've kind of touched through it though, but yeah, just kind of when you think about opening a bank account, just think about, like we talked about, what are your needs? What will you want out of it? What kind of rates are you looking for? What kind of fees are you looking for? So there was an exercise in there that on page 9 of the guide that just, some thoughts that you can kind of go through as you kind of look for in a banking account. And then I think on page 10 was that other one that we talked about, kind of you could use for just your ability to shop, because everyone and everything is different.
So yeah, she just explained those key takeaways. Next, we wanted to highlight opening an account. A key takeaway to know about opening an account is like the general process, whether it's a checking or savings account, and know that you have options, even if it's challenging. There are usually some other options for you, and this is page 14 of your presentation guide. Sorry.
Payment back. Is it best to pay the whole payment back, or is it best to pay it down to 3 to 5%?
Most credit reports will just use to make sure whatever percentage you're paying back, if it's the whole amount or a percentage of an amount, they're just making sure you're not butting up against the maximum amount that you can build. And so that's kind of where the different ranges of the credit can differentiate between just making sure that you're revolving it out and paying off some money. So anything helps to build credit. I'm looking at my credit team back there to make sure they agree with what I just said, but.
Okay, so it doesn't make a difference, really?
It doesn't. It just, again, like Carrie said, if you pay it off all together, you kind of avoid the fees and paying the interest on that. But no, anything that you can continue to pay on helps your credit and just continues to strengthen it as well.
So say like I pay it off like completely every month,
Mm-hmm.
it would still be the same. Like say if I came back another 5 months later and asked for a higher deposit on that, it wouldn't make a difference even if I paid it from 3 to 5% to the regular full amount?
It should make a difference, I think, in your credit score if you paid off the full amount versus just paying off a portion, because you're basically taking your available balance margin between what you have on there, 0 to like 500, if that was your credit card limit, just playing with that piece of it. So that it would help your credit by paying it off totally, but then also, there's also benefits of just paying it off as well. Did I answer your question?
A little bit.
Okay.
I'm still on a 3 to 5% because I was told like 3 to 5% it helps you because if you pay it back, this is how I was explaining to it. If you pay it back fully, it shows that you don't really need the money or needed the money in a way. So if you pay it back to 3 to 5% lower, it'll actually help them and see like, okay, well, they're making their payments, but you know, it's still kind of, I guess, giving the bank that little leeway for the fees,
Is this a
monthly
credit
fees.
card? Is this a
Yes.
credit card or
Yes, the
an
credit
installment
card.
loan?
Okay, so they're like leaving like a little bit for the monthly fees, but at the same time, still giving you that elevated balance. You know what I'm saying? From 500 to 1,500, they'll still do that, but I think the 3 to 5 fee helps them either get that extra monthly fee, or is it really a difference in between, like, you know what I'm saying, from the 3.5 to the actual full payoff? Like, if I was to pay 3 to 5%, would I still be able to go back and get that $1,500 raise on that?
Right. Rich, do you know? Rich is one of our lenders. That's why I'm pointing over to him.
Credit score, or how you can increase your credit availability. Yeah. Don't give me a speaker, right? The best thing to do, when they're increasing your credit score, it's basically there's 3 primary drivers for it. It's your payment history, how long, what bills you've had, how long you've had them, and how well you've paid them historically. The amount of credit that you're already given, you know, what you have, how many car payments, you know, house payment, you know, those kind of things. And then your availability, how much you have in floating debt or credit card debt that you haven't used. I think that's what you're asking about, is how much of that, and all 3 of those will drive your credit score. They each, you can look and see, there's some, you know, different, there's 3 different credit companies, and they each kind of have different algorithms on how that score is calculated. So they factor each of those things, they weigh each of those factors a little bit differently. But basically, it's about a third, and a third's kind of what it comes down to. You know, third's how much you've always paid, a third's about how much you owe right now, and about third's about how much you already have available. And then they look at that against what your total income is to measure, okay, we're comfortable that his house payment counts for 20% of his total monthly income. His car payments and his credit cards are another 10%. Well, then, hey, he's got enough credit, he's got enough available debt that if he wants to go out and buy X, Y, or Z, we feel comfortable that there's enough cash flow based on his income, his historical income levels, what he's always paid, and how much he is owed to add this additional debt onto it. Does that explain it? Okay. Thanks.
Looking out for you, I would try to pay it in full if it's a credit card. If it's an installment loan, those are designed to be broken up, and you don't have to pay off, you know, your car all at once. So I just wanted to put that in, like, banks are gonna make money. Credit card companies are gonna make money. Don't worry about helping them. Follow the rules, but worry about how you can make money the best. Yeah.
So we only have about 3 minutes left, and I don't know if y'all want to move to another location too. So I was going to kind of quickly wrap it up. When Carrie and I kind of put together this presentation, we weren't really sure what y'all wanted to hear. So we really appreciate the feedback and the discussions versus kind of just going through the slides and going through there. I think we've had really good conversations with this. But if there's any other questions, please feel free to ask them now or.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming out and sharing your time with us. You don't really know how valuable it's been. Your presentation will go beyond today, by the way. You've given us some information. I've even taken a picture of the barcode, and we'll be sharing this information. I appreciate you taking open-ended questions also. It's very difficult sometimes to take open-ended questions. I would prefer my questions be already planted and I know the answers, but you all have done a great job.
Thank you.
Of taking these questions and giving us answers. And because of that, we're going to do some business with you too, by the way. We're going to open up with some counts just because you all share some time with us. And beyond that, we will do more. We'll ask Roger Davis to invite you back to a couple of educational meetings.
Yes, please.
For the community. We're going to have a certain number or a set audience.
Yeah.
And we'll ask you all to come back and do the presentation. But it'll extend beyond the day. And beyond that, you all have done a great job with your co-workers and peers also being in the audience. You know, you feel like I have to get this right, but I see them back there. I mean, they're in the easy seats back there, and you all have done a great job.
They're actually up next, so if you want to learn about business financing, please come back.
Yeah, well, we really do appreciate you sharing time with us on a Saturday morning.
Yes.
I know you all had things you could be doing, but you're here sharing this with us.
Thank you.
And so for that, we're grateful. Thanks a lot.
Honored to be here as well. Oh, yes, we have swag.
We'll take more questions as I pass it.
About secured and unsecured credit cards.
Okay.
So is there a difference in interest?
I believe, Rich, secured and unsecured. Secured would have a lower interest rate than an unsecured?
Thank you.
We went with the punches. We did. The video, I like hyped it up. And I like kept thinking, like, just give him the thing.
Okay. Do you have a preferred side? I guess this one.
Yeah, I guess we did left and right the last time. Let's see.
Okay, cool. So this is the clicker.
Oh, where's my note cards? Okay.
You got them?
Yeah.
Okay, should we get started?
I guess we do. Do we get it a couple minutes? It's 11:05. What's 11? What's 11? 11:06.
Should we get it to 10?
Yeah.
You think we should still do the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's free stuff. Oh, you got 'em out. Okay.
Yes. Would you be able to pass them out whenever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this Carrie's or ours?
I have no idea.
Carrie.
Hi. Oh. Oh my goodness. Benny, do you have an extra pen by chance? Oh. Oh yeah, no worries. Does anyone else need a pen to take notes with? Good. Good morning. All right. If you coming in. 11:08.
That's my friend George right there.
Oh, nice. All right, just let me know when.
Is it 11:10?
9.
Yeah, let's do it in 1 minute then.
Okay. Oh, we got a few shuffling in. Good morning.
Yeah, that's my friend Jamal that owns KG's and cuts my hair. Look out the dreads. That's my barber who owns the restaurant. And his mom and dad.
Oh my gosh. Look at you bringing out people. Good work.
Gotta do something.
Yeah. So they have the slides and then all the printouts with them?
Yes,
They should
yes,
have it?
they should have them. And then he can click the link because they did a video, so they can click the
Yes.
link for
Okay,
us.
I already told him about
Yeah.
that. All right, I guess we'll let them get seated and we
Yeah.
can get started. Good morning.
But yeah, did I turn on Do Not Disturb? Yeah, good.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing? Good. All right. Does everyone have a handout? You should have a handout of your slides and an SBA handout and then an FDIC handout for guidelines that we'll go over later. So about 3. 2. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Well, let's get started. So my name is Alexis Grisham, and this is my teammate and colleague, Benny Jefferson. We are here with Keystone Bank, and we are here to discuss financing your business. We're going to do quick introductions on us and then our bank, and then we'll dive right into the content.
Like she said, my name is Benny Jefferson. I am a senior credit analyst at Keystone Bank. I've been in the banking industry for about 10 years. First 7 years I was in agriculture, and then the last 2.5 years or so I've been in commercial banking. I'm originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. I hope you guys, my goal for this is to give you as much information as possible that you guys can use it to grow your businesses and get into a banking relationship where you can start using other people's money. So I hope you guys enjoy what we have today.
Thank you, Benny. And I also work in credit, so Benny and I are on the same team. I am our credit manager, manage our credit analyst team. I've been in banking for about 5 years. I'm a lifelong Texan, and I've been in Austin for about 2.5 years. And I am most excited for this training today because I am an avid learner. I love learning, and I am super excited to see others wanting to learn something new, maybe hone their skills, or develop both personally and professionally. So I applaud y'all for being here and investing in yourself and your business. We're also trying to make these financial concepts easy to grasp and accessible for everyone. All right, now I'll turn it over back to Benny for a brief introduction about Keystone Bank.
So Keystone Bank was founded in October of 2018 and by Jeff Wilkinson, our CEO, and Brian St. George, our bank president. Our bank's goal is to make local decisions with advanced banking products similar to that which you'll see at your Chase, Bank of America, and other big name brands. We focus specifically on the entrepreneur, and that's why we're out here doing events with you guys today.
Thank you, Benny. All right, before we dive into the content, we wanted to do a quick icebreaker game. So this will be a trivia game. If you all could write down the answers to the following questions on the next slide, and then you'll get a point per correct answer, and whoever wins will get a prize. Okay, so first question, what percentage of small businesses in the U.S. use some form of credit to finance their operations? Number 2, which famous billionaire started his business at age 16, taking out $2,000 loan to open a pinball machine rental company? Number 3, what is the maximum loan amount that can be guaranteed under the SBA's 7A loan program? 4, which popular TV show featured a coffee shop named Central Perk? And 5, what is the largest mammal in the world? Okay, I'll give you all a few minutes to finish writing down your answers to these questions. Y'all ready for the answers?
Still got some test takers.
Okay. Number 1, what percentage of small businesses in the U.S. use some form of credit to finance their operations? Oh, they're all coming at you. 77% for the first question. We'll give you a plus or minus 10% if you were in that range. Give yourself a point. Which famous billionaire? That would be Warren Buffett. Yeah, give yourself a point. What's the maximum loan amount? That can be guaranteed under the SBA's 7A loan program. That's $5 million. Give yourself a point if you got that right. The popular TV show is Central Perk. That would be Friends. And the largest mammal, the blue whale. We'll give you a point if you said whale. Yeah, that works too. All right, now how did you guys do? Who got one or more correct? Yeah, okay, 2 or more? 3 or more? All right, 4 or more? Did you get them all? All right, we got our winners over there. You get a Starbucks gift card, which you might need after this long day of learning. Oh yeah, who got 3 or more? All right, great work. Okay, now that we're all loose and ready to go, let's dive into our session for today. So these are the goals for our session. We really want you guys to walk away from this session with a strong foundation of understanding business lending, key financial concepts, and then walk away with practical tools that you can use today for you or your business to really help you make more informed decisions financially. Here's our agenda. These are the different topics that we are wanting to dive into. And know that we'll have a few Q&A breaks throughout the session, so please write down any questions you might have, and we'll be sure to get through those periodically throughout the rest of the session. All right, we're going to go right into Banking 101. Okay. What is a commercial bank? So a commercial bank is what many of you might think of when you hear the term bank. So even some of the largest banks in the world that you hear about, Bank of America being one, JP Morgan Chase, those banks have commercial banking functions to it. So commercial banking, it can be personal or commercial or business. So those are 2 interchangeable terms. But truly, the function of a commercial bank is that they are accepting deposits from the public, and then they're lending out money or credit into the community. And another key component about commercial banks that is important to know is that commercial banks are typically only as successful as the community in which it serves. So community banks, specifically like Benny and ours, Keystone Bank, we are local to the Austin community. So when the Austin community is thriving and surrounding areas in Central Texas, then we're thriving. If the community is hurting, we're also going to feel that hurt. So that's why it's so important on what we're doing today is to really educate business owners, to really promote a healthy economy, because we're wanting you guys to be successful, and ultimately we'll be successful by making you guys successful. It's also important to note that there are some non-bank institutions that do perform the same function as commercial banks, such as accepting deposits and lending those back out. However, it is important to know if those non-bank institutions are not FDIC insured. And we will get into that in a bit so that you know, but that's an important function of banking, is that an FDIC insured bank protects the public's deposits up to a certain amount, which we'll get into. And there's also credit unions, which some of you might bank with. I personally have a loan at a credit union, and though credit unions are not a commercial bank, but they are similar in function and nature. They have their own form of insurance, so they don't use FDIC, but your deposits will still be insured up to a certain amount at a credit union, so be aware of that. But credit unions will typically be more on the personal side, whereas commercial banks, they might have a function in their operations where they lend more to businesses. So for Keystone Bank, we tend to work more with businesses as a percent than personal or consumer products. Okay, and this explains why banking is important for your business. The FDIC insurance, it's very good to keep your money safe at a bank with insurance. You have access to lending products, and debt is typically a cheaper form of capital than equity. So you might be paying investors a lot more on the equity for their capital than you would for a bank. So that's something that can be very useful as you're trying to grow your business. But debt must be used wisely, which is why it is important that you choose a good banker that will be consultative with you in nature and will help you determine if debt is the right option for your business, because it does have implications as far as annual payments that you're going to have to make, and that can impact your business for sure. All right, these are more, though primarily the discussion today will go around financing your business, we do want to touch on the FDIC deposit principles, because I want you all to take away from this part that we want your money to be insured and safe. So that's why we're going to touch on the deposit part of it too, because typically when you start a banking relationship, it'll be through starting a bank account. You might not lend, you might not take out a loan before you have a deposit account. So we want to make sure that you know that your money is secure. And with that, we'll play a video overview of FDIC insurance and how it works, how it applies to you. Yes, please. If you scroll down a little bit, yes.
The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, also known as the FDIC, was created in 1933 during the Great Depression. Our mission is to maintain stability and public confidence in our nation's financial system. One way we fulfill our mission is by insuring the money people deposit in FDIC-insured banks. Since the FDIC was formed, no one has ever lost a penny of their insured funds due to a bank failure. And over the years, we've insured a lot of pennies. How does deposit insurance work? It's important to know consumers like you don't pay deposit insurance premiums. Banks do. And if your FDIC-insured bank fails, any insured funds you have are protected. The FDIC's Deposit Insurance Fund is backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. What is covered by FDIC deposit insurance? Money in checking and savings accounts, certificates of deposit, money market deposit accounts, and more are protected by deposit insurance. But not all companies and financial products are FDIC insured. For example, it does not cover stocks and bonds, mutual funds, crypto or digital assets, life insurance policies, or other investment products. What are ownership categories? Single accounts and joint accounts are two examples of ownership categories. Others include, but are not limited to, certain retirement accounts, trust accounts, and business accounts. You may have several different types of accounts at a bank, so it's important to know and understand what is and what is not insured, and what the rules are for each. How much does FDIC deposit insurance cover? Coverage is $250,000 per depositor per insured bank. You may qualify for more if you have money in different ownership categories at the same bank. Here's an example. If your FDIC-insured bank fails, your deposits are covered to at least $250,000 in a single account. If you also have a joint account, both you and the other account owner are protected. So you're insured up to $250,000 in your single accounts and up to $250,000 for your portion of the joint accounts, up to a total of $500,000. FDIC deposit insurance was created to protect the money people entrust to our nation's banks. That's why it's so important to keep your money in an FDIC-insured deposit account. To learn more, visit fdic.gov.
All right, so now that we've covered FDIC deposit insurance principles, I would say the key takeaway for you all going home today, you can check, do the deposits that you have in your accounts, check if they're FDIC insured. So we learned, and there's resources in here, and you can watch that video again with the link in the handout, but check your checking accounts, your saving accounts, money markets, and CDs will be secured, or they would be insured if they are held with an FDIC insured bank. And the way you can check if it's an FDIC insured bank is it will be advertised on their website, and you can also call your banker or call the local bank and they can walk you through that. But really want you all to make sure that your deposits are insured, and note that, you know, stocks and bonds, securities, crypto, those accounts that might be in brokerage accounts are not qualified for insurance. So since, like it said in the video, since the FDIC insurance came about after the Great Depression, not one penny has been lost from depositors held at FDIC insured banks within that $250,000 amount. Okay, do we have any business owners in the room? Or aspiring business owners? Okay, great. I wonder if any of you might have thought about these myths or maybe believed these as far as banking, and we want to debunk, so to say, these banking myths that you might think of. Number one, banks don't want my business because I am too small. Banks don't make small loans. I need a perfect credit history to get a business loan. Loan applications take months, and fees are just not affordable. So to tackle the first one, banks don't want my business because I'm too small, that is not always the case, or typically not the case at all. You can open a deposit account without having profit in your business. You can do that just with an employer identification number, so an EIN. And there's plenty of banks, smaller community banks, that have an appetite for smaller loans, and they might have SBA programs. Typically, SBA will do a minimum of $50,000. So you can get a loan with a SBA preferred lender bank that could be as low as that for your business. So the key to that is truly asking around and knowing that different banks have different appetites for different sizes of loans. And that goes into the banks don't make small loans as well. I need perfect credit history. Though credit history is very important when a bank is looking at your application, because typically business loans do require a personal guarantee from an owner that has 20% or more stake in the business, it's not the end-all be-all for the decision to make a loan. So we will look at a lot of different aspects of your business and you personally that don't necessarily mean your credit score. So we'll look at your business financials, how your business is performing, and how your business performs with debt. We look at the collateral that might be pledged to the loan. There's plenty of factors that are considered that are not exactly your credit score personally. And we will touch on credit score a little bit more, and we have resources at the end for building credit and resources of how to do that. Next is loan applications take months. It may seem like a very burdensome process to get a loan, and what does that look like? Well, that again varies bank to bank, and I would say that a community bank might operate very differently than a national bank as far as how quickly they can get a loan processed. So it could take weeks. Benny and I have seen loans at our bank for businesses take a few weeks or less. And even government programs like SBA should not take months as long as you have provided all of the information necessary. So again, I would just ask bank to bank, they need to be straight up with their process with you and tell you how long it really should take. And then fees are not affordable. This is a common misconception and again varies bank to bank. So when you're out looking for a loan for your business, definitely ask around, and because some banks are more fee heavy than others. And there's always a chance if you ask that your fees can be lowered or waived. So definitely ask if that can be the case for you. And it depends on your whole relationship with the bank and various factors on if you'll be charged fees. All right, and before Benny gets into his section on loans, on terms and typical loans, we're gonna do a Q&A break in case y'all have any questions so far on the content or anything in particular you wanna hear more about. Anything so far?
Well, we would prefer that you did have a account with us because we are a community bank. And so the funds that we take in from the community directly go out to the community. So we would like to have that a full relationship before we would give out a commercial loan.
Okay, the reason I'm saying that, I'm a small business and has quite a lot of things tied into the accounts with my current bank. But if I choose to secure a loan through SBA, because I'm looking into commercial loan to acquire commercial property, because we've been renting for over 10 years in the same location. So we want to look into having our own commercial property.
Right.
And that's part of the reason I'm here, to be exact. So moving my account from one bank to another is going to take quite a lot of undertaking because our payroll system is all locked up and everything into that account. So how do you do that?
Well, we have a great treasury services system department that'll take care of all that for you. If you were to move to our bank and try to make that as simple as possible, they know that it takes time to move things over, months even, just because of payroll and different bills that have to be paid from your business. We try to make that simple as well. On your commercial real estate, that's something that we really do well as a bank. And we definitely understand how to make, especially with our SBA program with the 504, which we're going to talk about later. But there are things available that we can make that happen.
Thank you. Applying for SBA to acquire a commercial property, what will be a down payment that is required from the actual business?
That could range from a high to from like 20% to and higher, just depending on the risk of the deal, the property type, those kind of things. We can help you after the class to kind of drill down on that, and we also have in that. In the package you got, our SBA our manager is on that. His information is on that, and he can really help you with that if you need it.
I have a question. So I have a business out here, a restaurant. I've never gotten a loan from a bank at all. And I went to the bank multiple times. I've been to plenty of banks, and it hasn't worked. So anybody in here that want to start a business, already has one, I just want to ask for myself and other people, what are the minimum requirements that you think that you should know that you need to even go to the bank? You know,
yeah. Well, we're actually going to go deep dive into all that.
Okay.
So just stay tuned.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Great question.
I would say that they all have a 50-50 chance, but obviously what will change is the conditions around that loan, like how much down payment there might need to be, how much you might need to hold into your account. You know, if we would have a guarantee or multiple people guaranteeing, there's structuring that we would do based on how risky the loan is, based on the business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So with that over
right. You can start.
So basically, our biggest first rule is that we would like to see cash flow positive businesses. So that means you made a profit at the end of the year or consecutive years. Basically, because as a bank, we are using other people's the deposits that we have on to lend out. So we can't take extraordinary risk, or we can have a run on our bank. So, but that's also reflected in the interest rate. And when you're kind of lending for personal family members or outside investors, they will charge you more interest because they're taking a higher risk on you at that time. So that, but basically, we would like to see that your business is year over year making money.
Yes, and I will add to that, we will discuss a little bit more in the session on the different types of financing, but there's not a minimum that we see of it has to be this many years in business, it has to have an investor backed. There's so many different factors that will play into it. But I will say, like Benny mentioned, is cash flow is huge for bank lenders. However, there are other forms of financing that you can find on non-bank institutions, and we'll discuss it more later, that will offer loans that don't have those requirements as your business is maturing until you reach a point where you are generating cash flow and you're able to repay your debt. So we'll get into that more later, but there's plenty of credit options out there as you're becoming an established business to the point of meeting certain bank requirements, because like Benny said, we might have a little bit of stricter requirements for bank debt because we are entrusted with the public's deposits, and there's a lot of just implications that go on with that. We want to make sure that we're making loans that are less risky. Yes.
You mentioned SBA. You have direct loans, right, with Keystone. That's a direct loan where I would come to you and you would have a loan officer take the application. If you go through SBA, that's a third party. What's your relationship with SBA? Do they approve me? And if they approve me, the loan application comes to your loan officer. Is it a done deal then if SBA puts a check by my name, and do they assume the risk, by the way? If I go through SBA, they assume the risk versus Keystone. Is that how it works, or talk to us about that?
Well, we'll go on deeper on that, but just in general, we're an SBA preferred lender, so we already have authority from SBA to approve whatever loans that we would like to. So when we have our SBA Baroth Pinto, he along with Stephanie Pawitsky lead that department. So if you will actually, when you come to our bank, will directly deal with our SBA lender, and that will facilitate the approval if it were to be approved.
Yes, so being an SBA preferred lender, our decisions will be made in-house, which makes it for a quicker process. And to answer your question about the guarantee, they do take about 75% of that risk from the bank, which is very helpful because it allows us to serve businesses that might not qualify for traditional bank debt. And you're also able to get that relationship with a Keystone banker or your local banker and not have to worry about the SBA at all. We're facilitating that relationship, but they are supporting your business by kind of taking on a little bit of that risk, which helps us out a lot. Yes.
And trying to get connected with Keystone, do y'all help people that's from out of this area, or you have to be from this area? Because I heard you say about y'all are in this area here. So can you come from another area and get into the banking institution with Keystone here, or?
Yes, we do prefer a local connection. If you have family members here or businesses here that you are participating in, that counts. But we have customers that live all over the world, but they have, things that they are contributing to Austin locally, which makes it a good deal for us.
Okay, thank you.
We'll keep going so we won't run over time, and so we can get. I think we have some of the questions you guys asked are going to definitely come up in this next section.
Should we skip any of this, or is there anything?
I'll just do it quick. Yeah.
Perfect. Benny's going to take it from here.
Yeah. So we're not going to read all the definitions on the board, but you have them on your packets. But we're just going to highlight certain things that we're going to kind of keep talking about throughout the presentation. First is the interest rate, that is the percentage paid on savings or checking accounts, and it's also the percentage charged on loans or any time you're using money. Credit is the use of someone else's money for your purposes. A credit score, which is a big topic, is usually a number between 300 and 800 that measures an individual's credit worthiness. And the most well-known credit score out there is the FICO score. Continuing on, we got the amortization of loans, which is the process of paying off a loan through principal and interest payments over time, or installment payments. The principal is the original sum of money that you borrow. So if you borrow $250,000, that your principal amount is $250,000. The interest, say 8%, which is prime right now, is the monthly charge for borrowing that money. Installment payments are usually between monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, and annually, and that's how you would pay off your amortized loans. This is a big one, collateral. All banks take collateral or pledge as security for the loan. Some loans can be secured versus unsecured. So your credit cards are generally unsecured loans, but like your home or your business debt will always be secured by some asset. After determining if you can pay back, that's when the negotiations of security will begin. Collaterals can be any valuable equipment or real estate. If the loan is unpaid, though, the bank can seize that collateral. I do make note that we cannot seize your Texas homestead if it's not pledged on the property. Now, for your mortgage, that's a direct asset. They will take your home if you don't pay them. A lender's claim on the collateral is called a lien. The benefits of putting collateral on the loan, that it does lower your interest rate, but lenders do only lend on a percentage value of the collateral, which is called your advance rate. So next we're going to talk on the different type of business loans and what's out there. The basic three types we're going to touch on are term loans, which are for specific periods and purposes greater than 1 year, working capital or lines of credit, which is for day-to-day operations, and then SBA loans are government-backed loan programs, in which we will discuss all in the following slides. So we'll start with the term loan. The term loans are usually for established businesses that have with sound financial statements, meaning your profit and loss statement, your income statement, and balance sheet. We provide borrowers with a lump sum of cash, and these loans can be on a fixed or floating interest rate. They do require a down payment, which we were talking about earlier, which can range from 20 to almost 50% of value of the asset that's being purchased. These typically are used to purchase fixed assets, for example, which include buildings, computer equipment, software, furniture, land, machinery, and vehicles. These loans are typically categorized further into 3 different categories: short term, which is less than a year but up to 18 months, intermediate term, 1 to 3 years, and long term, 3 to 25 years. These are all determined by the useful life of the asset. So for a building, that's 30 years, a car maybe 5, or a piece of machinery, or your cash register might be a year or 18 months kind of thing. So it all just depends on the length of that useful asset. Just a little more information on term loans. These will require collateral, like we said. The key thing here is that the asset that you're purchasing must help the long-term viability and profits of your company. If we see that you're going to purchase something that's not actually going to benefit the bottom line and insist in repayment and revenues, then that's going to be a no for the bank. There is a rigorous approval process. There will be deep dives on you personally and on your business for 3 to 5 years of information. So make sure you have that all prepared. When you go in there, that'll make the process as easy as possible. And like we said, the payments are usually on a monthly and quarterly basis for business loans. For term loans, I'm sorry. Alexis?
Okay, yes. I will touch a little bit about working capital loans. As we mentioned earlier, this is typically a revolving line of credit, or otherwise known as a revolver or an RLOC. And these behave in a similar manner to a credit card. However, a key difference is the interest rate is going to be lower on a revolving line of credit, and revolving lines of credit are typically secured, whereas credit cards are unsecured. these revolving lines of credit can be used to fund your day-to-day operations, and they can be drawn on. You don't have to disperse a certain amount of funds at closing. It can be set at 0, and then you can basically draw up almost like a credit card up to your maximum amount that's been approved. So say $1 million, and then if you draw on that 500,000, then you have 500,000 left. If you pay back the 500,000, then you have that $1 million available to you again. And this is generally helpful for businesses that might have seasonality. So that's a common thing that we see. And we do see these a lot at the bank for businesses. So say that your business operates primarily in the summer. That's where you see a lot of your cash flow coming in. You might have a pool business, or in Texas, a lot of that kind of thing is happening in the summer. And in the winter, you really don't have any cash flow coming in. Well, the bank is not gonna ding you for that when they're approving your loan. They're gonna consider that your seasonality is in the summer. So in the winter, you can still pay your employees through drawing on your line, or you can pay suppliers when cash flow is tight. So that's what we look at, and typically this revolving line of credit product is about a year, and the bank will review your account annually and determine, are you using the line properly? We do want to see that you are paying it back. However, you don't have to pay back the entire line immediately. So really what you're paying for is you're paying interest on the monthly balance. So whatever is outstanding, that's what you're paying interest on. Interest rates for revolving lines of credit are typically tied to an index. So for us, we tie it to Wall Street Journal Prime. Right now, Prime is at 8%, so considerably lower than what you would see for a credit card, where it would be 20% or up. However, the rate is variable, so that rate will change daily. However, Prime typically will not change daily. Prime will really reflect what is happening with the Federal Reserve. So if y'all know, the Federal Reserve just lowered rates 50 basis points. Prime was at 8.5, and then Prime lowered to 8. So that's really when we'll see rate changes, is when the Federal Reserve is changing their rates. Another key benefit for revolving lines of credit is, say that you have invoices and that you're needing to pay your supplier. Well, your supplier might offer a discount if you pay them back within 10 days. You could have 210 net 30 terms, is what they call it, and which means that you can pay in full at the end of 30 days, or if you pay within the first 10 days, you can get a discount of 2% on that invoice, and that would be beneficial to you. If you don't have the cash, you can use a revolving line of credit to pay that invoice, and then you're able to save money there. You can enjoy the discount, and then you're paying interest from the bank on that outstanding balance. So when it's not on what's paid off. So those are really good points for revolving lines of credit. Are there any questions on this product? Because this is something we see a lot for business owners, so I want to make sure that y'all understand, or if y'all have any questions on that. Anything? All right. Now Benny will go over SBA loans, which we were discussing earlier.
So like we said earlier, these are government-backed loans. These can come from different sources. So there's the Small Business Administration, SBA, USDA does it, and there's also local organizations from your city and charity that do loans on this kind of program. Participating lenders, they do come with limitations though, based on loan amount, property, location, because it's supposed to help grow economic advancement. So for making that loan, the government program provides us a guarantee which allows us as the bank to take more risk. Keystone Bank, like I said earlier, is a preferred lender, so we are working in hand with the SBA while your loan is being processed, which then eliminates the longer process that you see where you were talking about earlier with the third parties. The SBA loans, which is not on here, but we They come into 3 different categories, which is the 504 loan, which is the real estate, commercial real estate types of loans. Then there's 7A, which is working capital. The SBA doesn't, they like to do lump sum working capital, so that's mainly if you're buying specific equipment or a different asset, or a truck. But they do not like to do revolving lines of credit for your daily operations because that's obviously very cumbersome on a government operation. Oh, so we're going to skip through a few things, but like the loan terms here, but please go back and look because those are going to be things that you're going to see on all the loan documents that you'll ever receive. So just make sure you're familiar with those terms. We're going to skip this. No, I think this is a good, helpful one.
Yes, we wanted to touch on this part because we had a few questions about this earlier, but I really like this chart because it shows different financing options as your business grows. So typically, in the startup phase, we'll see you using maybe your own money, so your savings that you've saved up for your business. And then as you're getting into your business, maybe you get friends and family as investors. Then maybe you'll get to the crowdfunding, peer-to-peer lending platforms, some fintech lenders, angel investors, working capital firm or venture capital firms, and then community development financial institutions and nonprofit lenders. So those are typically what you'll see before you get to the bank and credit union options. And I do want to mention that we have some community development financial institutions and nonprofit lenders that are actually attending this seminar. And if you want to go to the Keystone table after this, we have our compliance officer, Samantha, and then Carrie, our business development officers, who can make introductions to you with those lenders, because that would be a great step if you might not be have qualifications for a bank and credit union loan. And really, what we see is that as your business is established, that's when you might qualify for bank debt. So that is typically like the last end of your credit journey on where you're getting lending options from. Do you have anything to add to that?
And also the community development financial institutions, they do a lot of teaching, and like a lot of they have a lot of more free classes available to help you develop your income statements and balance sheets. So they just have a lot more information that we can typically, and be more hands-on than a bank can, because we can't actually advise you how to operate your business. When those community developments, they can help you in those kind of fashions.
Right. Oh, and another thing we wanted to mention about these options is when you're going up, it usually starts from more expensive financing options to the cheapest. So bank debt is typically your cheapest form of financing, which is where you probably will want to get to eventually. And that's because at this point your business is at the least amount of risk for a bank. And so you might have higher rates that you would have to pay the different financing options as your bank grows. And then ultimately, but all of these are great options and can help your business tremendously. It's not a right or wrong answer. We just wanted to show you where the banks kind of fit into this process of a maturing business.
So next we're going to touch on the 5 C's of credit. This is what you guys are asking for about what banks look for when we're analyzing our credits. These are used by most lenders to determine the level of risk and to ensure repayment of the loan. Most banks use the 5 C's plus their own internal policies, but if you know these things, you will be prepared. I'm going to touch on character and capital, and then Alexis will touch on the remaining. So the character measures your personal integrity, your business, and your reputation. So we'll be looking at your social media sites, your Google reviews, or what people just say about you in the community, as well as your personal credit score and your personal financial statement, which we'll touch on later. We also take a look at the industry on state, local, and national level. So that's always important to know who your competitors are, what you actually do, and what makes you different in the marketplace. From a capital perspective, this is where we're looking at your company's balance sheet, and basically what we're trying to see there is the value of your company on a liquidated basis. So that means after you sell all your assets and you pay off all your debt, how much is your company actually worth? This also shows how much, if you distributed any money out of your company or if you've contributed any money. And that gives us as a bank a sense that you are invested in your company and have what we call skin in the game.
Okay, and then capacity, it really is the cash flow that your business needs to demonstrate that it can repay the loan. So cash flow is huge for lenders, and we want to see that your business is profitable, that it's making money, that it has cash to service the debt that is required for your loan. So we want to make sure that you're able to repay the loan, not only to help us, but also for you. So like we mentioned earlier, debt is a great tool, but it really must be used wisely, and good bankers will not just loan you the money, but they'll really teach you and advise you on maybe what might be the best decision for your business. Because going back to the community, I mean, we're wanting to see you guys succeed, and if you succeed, we succeed. Collateral, we touched on that. That's what you can put up for your business that's securing the loan. Conditions can involve the terms of the loan, and it also involves the economic conditions and maybe the industry that you're in and what cycles that your industry specifically sees, and we want to assess that when we're looking at your loan. Okay, we have a few more minutes. Documents.
Yeah, so we'll go forward and to talk about what documents we'll need, and then we'll save the Q&A break to end, so we can give you all as much information as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what banks are looking for. Like I said earlier, it's typically 3 to 5 years worth of information. It touches on your tax returns, income statements, and balance sheets are our main things that we look at. We obviously pull your credit report. We look at any outside debt you might have or other businesses you're invested in. Also remember to have detailed account statements from the most recent balances of anything that you have. These are all used to determine your ability to repay. And one thing we recommend is having this all together before you go present yourself to a bank, because the more you have to trickle information, it kind of gives a sense that you're not prepared or unprofessional, and you want to make everything as seamless as possible.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to add that the SBA, though these are the typical documents required, your business doesn't have to be running for 3 years to be able to get bank loans. SBA programs, like we were mentioning, they help startups or those businesses that are in business for less than those years, and will mostly offer loans based on projections. So as long as you have that business story, we know where your numbers are coming from, what you're projecting, we know that it all makes sense, that can qualify you for a loan instead of having 3 years of historical information.
Yes. So I think the best thing we want to do here is to make sure we want to discuss gathering your documents and remembering to update them monthly. And also you want to start by getting your tax identification number. Keep documentation of every transaction, everything you buy and sell through your business. Make sure you have separate business and personal accounts, and also use Excel and or QuickBooks to formulate your income statement and balance sheet. They do it for you, especially with QuickBooks. They do it for you, and it takes all the pressure of actually knowing accounting rules off of you. Mm-hmm. I think, wrong way. So these are just helpful things on steps 2 and 3, but we really want to focus on is finding yourself an accountant to handle your finances. You want to cast a wide net. There's plenty of resources out there for you to look at to research accountants such as NABA, who's putting this event on. There's the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the Association of Latino Professionals in Finance and Accounting, and National Association of Tax Professionals. Also, you can verify their credentials using their tax preparer identification number. You can also look them up on any state board of accounting to see that their license is still valid. And you can also ask if they're insured, in case you know there's always the risk of improper actors, so you would need to know that they're insured or not. And also, when you're consulting an expert, ask them about their fees, ask them about how they communicate, ask them if do they take it seriously to be an advisor for you, to help you through tough questions and tough scenarios. We're quickly going to go over the business financial statements.
Yeah.
In here, there's a lot of different things that you guys can use to understand your business further. That breaks down what each individual metrics that banks use and all businesses use to measure how they're doing. But we're going to just kind of quickly go through this. Alexis.
Okay. Yes. So instead of really going over what a balance sheet and income statement are, we are and this information is in your handout in case you want to look back at it, but we really want to show you what banks are looking at when we look at your balance sheet and income statement, and I'll cover a balance sheet real quick. This is an example of a balance sheet, so you can see we have the total assets, and we break that up between your current assets and your long-term assets. So the current assets will be basically they're leveled in terms of liquidity. So the highest liquid assets will be first listed, such as cash, and then it goes from there. So AR, inventory, prepaid expenses, other investments, and then we get into your not as liquid assets, such as land and your building and equipment, and all of those things. Then we have your current liabilities and listed in the same manner, and then your long-term liabilities, which would be your long-term debt. And then assets minus liabilities equals your equity. So this is what basically your net worth of your business. So a main thing that banks look at first is we do want to see that you have a positive net worth in your business. It's not necessarily a requirement. I mean, sometimes there's always different circumstances that where you might have a negative net worth, like say you are a startup and you're incurring losses for a few years until you really become profitable and you can retain some of those earnings into your business. So we do consider that, but I will say having a positive net worth is a great start. If you're looking at a revolving line of credit, we do compare your current assets to your current liabilities. So up there we have $149,000 worth of total current assets and $47,000 worth of current liabilities. Bankers like to see that. We like to see that your current assets are at least 1 times greater than your current liabilities. In this case, it's about 3 times greater. So this is a good thing to see. We can see that your current assets have liquidity to cover the emerging liabilities there. Another aspect we like to look at is how is your capital structured? So right here we see the different forms of capital. We see long-term debt of $200,000, and then we see your net worth, which should be $225,000. So we like to see a good mix of equity versus debt. And I will say a standard industry metric for banks is we do like to see total debt to tangible net worth of about 4 times. And that, again, can vary, but typically if you're in the 4 times range, that's really good for a bank. And that's just dividing your total debt divided by your total tangible net worth. All right. And then, Benny, what do we look for on the income statement?
So on the income statement, we're really looking at your revenue and the uses and its uses. So that will mean the expenses, cost of goods sold, and operating. And we also see if you've sold any assets, so that any extra or non-regular income that comes in. This provides us with insight into operations, efficiency, and your management skills. And it also is useful for the business owner because it can tell you if you should be expanding or making other purchases or you need to be reducing in certain areas. This is also known as your profit and loss statement. And you want to be preparing these on the monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, and annual basis, as we talked about. We focus on cash flow when we're looking at the income statement, so your net profit down there at the bottom, because that will be used to pay off our debt service at the end of each month. So we also use both of these sheets to compare you to your competitors, which we have. There's also all sorts of resources that could tell you what people in your market look like. And like I said, this chart on the side, on one of the slides, it walks you through the different steps of your income statement and what these different ratios means, which can help you analyze your business when you get time.
And as far as the metric for your income statement, we typically like to see, they call it a debt service coverage ratio, or a DSCR, of about 1.25 times. That's basically saying that you're making enough money or net profit, or EBITDA as we typically look at it, because we add back the non-cash expenses like depreciation and interest. But we like to see your EBITDA be able to cover your debt at least about a 1 times, but then we give you that 25 cushion. But the higher the better in that ratio, because we definitely want you to have a cushion in case unexpected circumstances happen, and so that you're able to pay your debt.
So the last thing we're going to talk about is the personal financial statement. We talked about earlier that most business loans will require your personal guarantee. So on this, you'll follow the same rules as Alexis was saying on the business balance sheet, but just list anything that you personally own. So your car, your house, any retirement accounts you have, your checking and savings accounts. This will determine your personal net worth, which shows that your ability to support your business if anything were to happen to it. And always keep your PFS up to date. We recommend doing it once a year while the time you're doing your tax returns.
Okay, I know we're running a bit on time, but we do want to give you just our final slide before we get to our application on tips to becoming a bankable business, which this should really cover a lot of what we've already discussed. And the key to this is we are wanting you guys to be set up for success. For when you walk into your bank's office, you talk to a banker, you are able to be prepared and you can anticipate maybe the questions they might ask you, the documents they may require. And this will give you just next level step ahead to be able to finance your business for growth. Strengthening your business and personal credit history. We talked about though business and personal should be separate in terms of you want your accounts separate for simplification. It's not personal credit history is still relevant. So we do want you to continue working personally on your credit even though you have a business. Understanding the 5 C's of credit, you guys are already ahead of the game here. I mean, even some bankers don't know the 5 C's of credit. So glad that y'all can walk away with that confidence to be able to go into a bank and really understand what we're looking for, and knowing how to tell your story in a way that's very useful and applicable to obtaining debt. Bankers want to hear your story. We love to learn more about your business because we want to grow with you. And the way to do that and to be able to consult you wisely is to really know the ins and outs of your business. So we want to partner with you just like you would with other financial consultants.
Right, and to continue on with that, start building banking relationships. Go to your different local community banks, meet in those banks you get the opportunity to actually meet the lenders. You can meet the front desk staff and know them by name. You can also have, sometimes as you grow, have the opportunity to meet the bank president, the bank CEO, and have the different connections within the community. And that could all easily start with just the bank account. Yeah. Once you open the bank account and you're a business, you can have the opportunity to talk to a business lender. Also, like she said, that the personal credit is always relevant. Make sure you stay on top of that. Maintain accurate bookkeeping. The better information you give, the better results you're going to have when the bank's making its decision. And always keep an accountant or tax advisor on your team, because the GAAP rules are complicated and the different laws are there. And if you're not in compliance, then it's going to be hard to gain finance.
Awesome. And now, I mean, what's next? You guys learned a lot of information today from this session, and we threw a lot at you guys, so thanks for hanging in there with us. But we did give you 2 handouts. Well, 1 handout, but it contains 2 different checklists with the FDIC. So it's called FDIC Money Smart for small businesses. And there's 2 different checklists. One is a financing checklist. So that will help you be prepared to go into a bank and already have your documents in place. What do you need? And be able to prepare for what they might ask you. And then the next one is the self-assessment loan readiness checklist. it's a very big decision to take out a loan for your business, and we want to make sure that you're ready. And this is a great resource to help you see if you are there. And Benny, if you want to go over a few of the other resources.
I would just recommend that there's so much information out there now. YouTube, the FDIC, most banks have different things that can do. The Fed has different things about business loans and personal finance that you can use. There's just to investigate the websites and you'll find the help. Also, feel free to reach out to us. Our contact information is on everything, so we'll be able to help as well or get you to someone that can help you.
And these are another, if you want to scan a QR code to get these documents on your phone, we have the SBA lending one-pager that discusses our SBA program, gives you direct contact to our SBA lender, and then the FDIC Money Smart Checklist and Loan Readiness Checklist. If you want those on your phone, you can download this as well.
And they're in your packet too.
Yes.
So.
And of course, NABA, the great organization that we are here with today, has great resources, and this is their 13th financial fitness seminar. This is Benny and our first one to attend, and it's been awesome so far. And we just recommend keep doing stuff like this. There's plenty out there in the community, and we are so thankful to have the opportunity to be here with you guys. And then here's our contact too. But do we have any more questions? I know we're coming up on lunch, but we could talk about this stuff all day. Okay. Great. Well, thank you all for being here.
We have fanny packs with our Keystone logo if you would like them. And we're right outside with our spinning table if y'all need more information.
Thank you. Good job. I was so hot.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
Thanks for helping us out with information. I really appreciate it. So we'll definitely share the information. That was really good information. That's what people need to know instead of going in just thinking like, and I didn't get it. A lot of it was preparation.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It helps to know what you need before you go. Definitely.
Preparation is key for sure.
Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate
Of
it.
course.
Yeah.
Oh, Benny was No, wait, go ahead.
We all got a haircut during the shop. So Pookie, all of them.
That's my uncle.
Those my guys.
Yeah.
I'm glad y'all came out. Y'all got the baby?
So we're living off fumes right now.
So like, I know this is Keystone stuff here, but like, could we were to call you or get with you, an institution that's in Beaumont, that's what we do.
Right.
We down visiting for the baby, visit the Lord's restaurant.
Yeah.
So So y'all will be able to lead us to an institution down there that we can get with? Okay.
Okay, yeah, because no, if we don't, we know people, the community bank is
Non-medical emergency transportation. So I like the way you talk about the SBA loan. The SBA loan might be the way for us to get started.
Let me take these pictures of you.
Yeah.
Well, you never know, they may have them in that our area too.
We kind of hooked up with this.
Texas is Texas.
Yeah, Texas,
Yeah.
Texas. So yeah, I was Fred. He's running patients.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's running patients, and he has like 3 vans.
Yeah.
He kept having to get some trouble himself, so he just said,
That's something that we are already familiar with drivers and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, man, you know? And then we've been working in the business. I was driving for someone, but now we've gotten all our documents straight, got all our stuff started, waiting for this approval from the government. And then we're gonna be in.
We'll be dispatchers.
You get that money?
Tomorrow got my number, we'll work on it.
Yeah.
If I don't know a bank, I can help you get it ready for you.
Okay, yeah, because we got that.
Yeah, no, that's no problem.
on to it. Don't say you never got anything for Christmas. Not till next Christmas. Good Lord. Oh yeah, everybody. Mm-hmm. Goes to year. Not Ivy League schools.
No, and the thing is, but you know what? He knows and he was like number 3 in the class. He didn't want to do one place number 1 or 2. You know why? He didn't want to get the speech.
Well, I got to be better than that. I was ranked number 5 in my class. And my family is so dysfunctional that I wanted to get as far away from them as I could. And so, all right. Is it officially 1 o'clock? I think. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Ronovan Chason. I am the founder and CEO of ClearPath Discovery, and I'm going to present to you all career and trade planning. I am the original founder of NABA chapter Houston-Tilson. When they came to us and talked about starting a chapter, I said, oh yes, finally. But I didn't know what I was getting involved with until years and years later on down the road, I realized we had done something big. I've been gone from Houston-Tilson since 2001. It's still going. We also started the Ambassadors chapter at Houston-Tilson. 20 years ago, it's still going. What I'm going to show you all today is probably the first question. If you're saying in your mind, where was you when I was in high school? Then that's going to probably be an alarming factor that, hey, you might want to talk to me. So if y'all have any questions throughout this whole presentation, please let me know so I can answer the question. So basically, what we do is we help. In 2018, I started with 2 knucklehead daughters of mine. So, and if y'all don't know what knucklehead is, you'll understand later. And I wanted to help my children. I was a single father. I wanted to help my children do something big. I knew that as a father coming through the projects, statistically, I wouldn't be able to make it. But at the end of the day, I realized that I wanted to do something big. And I wanted to do something on a whole nother level. And so what I started just like all parents, you put your kids in this program. You put them in this program, and you wasting money, and you like, man, and they like, I don't like this program. Can I do something else? And then before you know it, you look up and your money is like, man, this is $100 I just worked hard for, and I'm trying to do something different. So at the end of the day, I charted out, I sat down with both of my kids, and I wanted to do basic questions, like, what time you like waking up in the morning? I know all kids like cash, like money, but do you like to spend a lot of it? Do you like to save it? So I started asking specific questions, and I was charting out a path for them. Now, 6 years later, those questions that I asked, one is getting ready to graduate from college, 2025. The other one is in cosmetology school. At the end of the day, it started with those two, and it just kept on going. So, anybody having any questions about my history? I always want to give a history of how I started. So, all right. So, what is Dream Chaser? Do I click this? Okay. Oh, yeah, go and control it. Thank you, sir. God bless you, brother. So Dream Chaser is a career-based program under the three-step model of Connect, Build, and Share. So basically, we believe that helping high school students all over the country, no matter if they're in California, no matter if they're in Florida, we work with students to help them figure out what type of career path they want to do. Don't look at her like that. Just face forward. Just face forward. We're gonna pray. We're gonna pray to your mama. So basically, these are done through the Zoom application. So through the Zoom application, we're able to teach students no matter where they live in the country, and then we bring in career mentors from all over the country that work together to say, hey, this is what you all need to be doing based on our assessments that we give to students. So we do it through our mentoring, social empowerment, financial wellness, and our career readiness program. So next slide. Next slide. Thank you, brother. You're so kind. Y'all just pray for me. The functions of this whole entire program is to give students clarity so that you can understand what you're trying to do. For instance, if I ask you a question, what do you want to do with your life? You become a registered what? Nurse. Okay, what do you want to do with your life? Don't look to them, look at referee. What you want to do? You're going to be a basketball player. What do you all, what you two want to do with your life? Attorney, and then what you want to do? Special education. Okay, all right. Are you all working on this now? Oh, I'm sorry. What do you want to do with your life? I'm sorry, she had to point you out. What you want to do with your life? So you love science. So when you at home, you messing with products and stuff. Don't look to your don't look to her. Just look straight forward. Okay, good. So these are parents. These are signs that are telling you that if the kids are doing this already, then they're probably already working on their path. It's just a matter of guiding them in the right direction. So what we do is we guide them in the right direction. So we give clarity, we give short-term goals, long-term goals. Like for instance, if you don't get nothing out of this meeting, I would tell all students this. There are you all know what a picture frame is, right? And we put pictures in them, right? So one of the things I teach my students is that I need you to put 5 short-term goals in that picture frame, 5 long-term goals in those picture frames. Why are we doing that? Because the picture is worth 1,000 words, and we are giving them a tool for what they're going to use later on down the road. So, for instance, the first 5 will be like the things you want to do this year. The second 5 is the things you want to do in the next 5 years. So, as you put those in that picture frame, as you come across them, you check them off. It's almost like a vision. It's like a vision that you're trying to accomplish. So, with the career plan, we create a career plan just for you. Whether you are, we started as freshmen all the way to the senior, and I'll show you all the software in a few minutes. The career plan gives you detailed information that will help you get to the next level. So say, for instance, you're a freshman. So some of the things you're going to work on is your goals, your career goals, what you want to do career-wise, and then you're going to work on budget. We're going to work on basic things that most freshmen should learn. They should learn how to make up the bed. They should learn how to take out the trash. Y'all looking left or right. They should learn how to save money as a freshman. And then when you get to a senior, you should learn how to, as a senior, you should learn how not only save money to where you should have a job putting your money in certain places. That's a senior. That's a big difference. So we do that. We enable the decision-making process, and then we provide consistency. So that's what we do. Next slide. All right. So our vision is simple. We basically want to learn about their particular career interests and empower students. And then our mission is, like I said, helping kids graduate from high school, figuring out what they want to do. So that way, when you graduate from high school, you're not trying to figure out, like, what do I do, mom and daddy? You know, what do I do now? So, and then our approach is, we always approach it as if we're trying to get students to become independent. So when they leave the nest, now they can go into college or trade or military or start their own business. So, next slide. So these are the 4 career paths that we have. So you're gonna either go to college, but before you do that, these are the career paths you're gonna have. But before you get to those paths, we need to know where you're trying to go. I always tell kids I'm not a Jedi mind reader. I don't read minds. I try to give you as much knowledge and information as possible so you can make your own decision. But we have over 700 nationwide career, 700. So that's about as many seats as in this chair. So just picture this whole entire audience, this whole entire seats with all these careers, and you're gonna have to sit in the career that you think is the best career path. And that's where we work with you all to make sure that you're going in the right career. So, next slide. All right, so these are the components of the whole entire program. The career readiness is the WIN learning system that we have, and I'll show you all how that works, because we'll switch over to the system. The career mentoring aspect, these are career mentors from all over the country. So parents, if you all in the career and you all want to give back, this would be a great opportunity to give back and help the next generation. No matter where you live, you can live in India. We have a career mentor in India. So he works with them on IT because he's an IT person. So even though they might have to meet at night because it's 8 hours ahead. We have career mentoring no matter where they are. The career mentors, they go through a background search just like all programs, and then we put them in a career club. The financial wellness, we teach basically how to open a bank account, how to save money, how to do budgets, how to spend money. Because kids learn how to get the cash, but they don't want to spend it. They like to spend your money. So social empowerment, we take them on trips. So we take them on college trips, career trips. We take them to law firms, hotels. We want them to see behind the scenes. So if you say you're in bio, right, we would take you to a laboratory so you can actually see what bio is all about. And you get to see behind the scenes. So when you decide whatever career path you want to go through, the career mentor work on with 3 things with you. It'll give you a career plan. It'll give you the information that you need in order to make the best decision. And then they'll take you behind the scenes so you can see everything that you need to be working on. So that's the social empowerment. We also take you to Mavs games, basketball games, football games. We take you to sporting events. You name it, we probably been to a whole bunch of them. So, but that's a way for us to show them behind the scenes. Scholarships, we have 3,100 scholarships. Let me say that again. 3,100 scholarships. And I'm gonna show you one of the scholarships that's so easy that you probably didn't even know it, and it's real easy. And then in the summertime, we help them find a job. Whether they are in their career or if you wanted to start your own business. So if you wanted to start your own business as an entrepreneur, you can literally go, and one of our students last year, he started his business painting curbs. Now, he got paid $100. Every doggone time he painted a curb, he got paid $100. He made $1,000 in one day. Yes, he made $1,000 in one day. That's how much money he made. Yeah, he made more than I thought he was a drug lord, pretty much. I really thought he was a drug lord, because $1,000 in one day, that's a lot of money for one kid. But he's a hustler, so yeah. But he made $1,000 in one day, and y'all probably like, that's a lot of money. So, I'm sorry. And then we have our summer job program. So, next slide. All right. So again, this is all of the programs, all the things we offer in the Dream Chaser program. So this will all be recorded so you all can see it. This is all on the website too. Next slide. So, okay. So about the scholarship program. We have a scholarship program with 3,100 scholarships. It's called the AOT, Ambassador Tomorrow Scholarship Program. This is on the website as well. So in that program, we literally give you educational funding, skill development, recognition and prestige, and then summer job opportunities. So you get to learn exactly what a scholarship is about, how much it is, and how easy it is to apply. There are some scholarships that are hard. There are some scholarships that are easy, but they're all available. And then if you wanted to start your own business, let me say this. Since I started this in 2018, in the 6 years we started, we've had only 3, I call them prodigy kids. Why do I call them prodigy kids? These are the students that they don't follow, they lead. So for instance, the last student we had, and this is what he said in his interview, he said, I want to own a YMCA. He didn't say I want to go work for a YMCA. He said, I want to own a YMCA. And when he said that, I had to ask him, you know how parents, you think, okay, did I hear this correctly? I want to own YMCA. And I looked at his parents, I said, that's a project kid, and in the next 5 years, you can quit your job. Because I know by him saying that, he has ambitions, and this is what he's trying to do. So that's the AOT scholarship program. So you can register for that as well. Next slide. So we also have in the arts and production and film, we work with Skillshare to provide opportunities for students to learn, whether it's in fine arts, marketing, graphic design, productivity. So we give you opportunity to learn. This is part of the whole entire program. So you can learn all these things as part of the program. And there's somebody there to teach you. So that way you don't have to wait until you can get into a special arts or special magnet program. You can get that right there as part of the whole entire program. So next slide. So the way we work is that we work on Saturdays from 11 to 12. This is our whole process of how we do it. So we start first Saturday, one-on-one meetings, assessments, short-term, long-term goals, career plans, and then we teach life skills. So one of the life skills I teach is skin, about your skin. And this might be good for you because when we talk about skin, it's bio stuff. Did you know that your skin is about is 100 millimeters? 100 millimeters of skin cells in here? Did you know that? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. So we teach about how to clean your skin with the little machine. We teach about because some of the guys, some of the students, the boys, and they be like, "Ew, I don't want to do all that." And I'm like, "Come on, dude, you're gonna have to clean your skin. You can't." And then sometimes they take it too far by telling them like, "Look, you can take a towel and clean your face," and be like, "Oh, you can clean your face?" But then I tell them, "Well, you can't. Can you clean your body?" And all that. They go back and forth, and it's a discussion. So that's some of the stuff we talk about in those life skill sessions. Career clubs we do on second Saturday. You go to career club and you talk directly to your mentor. In that club, there's a particular mentor that you talk to, literally. On the third Saturday, as you can see, we're doing college trips, sales pitch. You learn about CPR, budgeting, building credit. That's one of the things. What grade are you in? Okay. So have you taken the credit class? Okay. Do you have a credit card right now? Okay. All right. Can I use it? Can I borrow it? Okay. I just want to make sure. Because what you don't know is that that credit card you have, the government is already looking at it right now. That's why I was saying that. And with that credit card, also it comes with responsibility. So I'm sure Mama didn't talk to you about the use of it. There's an open showcase, so we take you to see a house. Have you seen the inside of a house? No. I'm talking about built from the ground up. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Excuse me. Have you gone on a career trip? Good. Yeah, see, I'm 1 for 2. All right. On a career trip, we take, like I said again, we take you behind the scenes so you can see exactly how everything works. So that's the third Saturday. And then at the end, we do a final assessment to make sure everything's been done. So next slide. This is what your career clubs will be dealing with: career plans, objectives, some of the career blockers, action plan, things you're gonna work on throughout the day. So next slide. And then these are some of the career paths that we have: healthcare, education, arts, vocational trade, military, business, which is what I'm a part of, as well as we have design as well. So next slide. Now, let me explain to you some of the activities we do as well. So in November, we do an online cooking competition. Why we do this? Because we want to see if you can doggone cook. Can you cook? A lot of people say they can cook. A lot of people, they say that. But when we start cooking, I realize some people can't cook. So we have an online cooking competition in November. The reward is $100. Second place is $50. Third place is $25. Now, it's judged on 3 things. It's judged on your overall presentation. It's judged on how it tastes, because I'm sorry, I've seen some of these students put some food together they thought looked, yeah. And then we judge on originality. Like, did you make this somebody else? And so we want to make sure. But that's the online cooking competition. So the way we do it is this. In high school, they teach math, but they don't apply it to life, because they teach math to a star standard test, but they don't teach math to life. So what we do is we say, okay, we're going to show you what math means. We're going to take it one step further. We're going to help you create a budget. Some students don't have a problem with that part. Because if I say I want you to spend more than $50, they look at me crazy like, that's not a lot. I'm going to have to, if I say $10, that's not a lot. So, for instance, students, I don't know if there's one skill that you have to have for going into the grocery store, but that is a skill that most parents need to teach. Like how to open up the eggs, look at the eggs, compare the prices on the aisle, look at the aisle and make sure, hey, the grits right here is $2, but the grits over here is $5, and I don't know if I want some $5 grits. I want the good grits. I want the $2 grits, not the $5 grits. So I want the ones that taste good, not the ones that feels good. So we have students go in there and teach them about what to buy. For instance, you ever been to a store and you've been sick? Which one would you get, the general brand or the good brand? What's a good brand? Would you get the aspirin that's in the red box, or the one that says Tylenol? How you know the difference? Exactly. See, that's the difference between me and you. I want the good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, you want to get the one that you want to get. Now, me, we talking about health. I want the good brand. I don't want that cheap Kroger's brand. I want the brand that literally, when I put it inside of me, it's gonna cure me instantly, right then and there. So that's what I talk about when I say cooking competition. So when you go in, we have a budget set for $100. Some parents, they try to go over, but I tell them don't go past $100. And they prepare a meal for the whole entire competition. So we teach them math, then they go to budget, and then once they go to budget, they go to the grocery store. Now the parents cannot go in the store with them, because the students should learn how to go in the store and go grocery shopping by yourself. So that's another thing. If you haven't learned anything about today, you all should be able to go in the grocery store, especially y'all students. If you all are teenagers, you all should be able to go in the grocery store by yourself. Would that be difficult for y'all? Why y'all shaking your, that would be difficult for you all to go in the grocery store by yourself? Where's your parents? Would that be difficult for them to go in the store by themselves and go grocery shopping by themselves? Huh? They both shaking their heads saying, Okay. See, now you embarrass your parents. He hiding his head behind the screen. He don't want to be seen. It's all right, brother. God bless you. You know, at the end of the day, that's what training is for. We're training for leadership. So I say that because when you go in the grocery store and you get the food and all that stuff, you have to come back and prepare it. Once you prepare it, then you should be able to cook, and then we get a score. Like I said, the top person wins 100, second place wins 50, third place wins $25. Everybody else, we just give you a thank you. We don't give no medals for just participating. We ain't got time for this. We give you a thank you. I give you a big hug and say thank you. God bless you, and keep on trying next year. So all right. We also take you to North Texas Auto Showcase. So for those that don't live in Dallas, because this is where the program is, if you're here in Austin, you'll go to an auto showcase here in Austin. So you go see your car. You want to go see your car. You want to go see your car. Not anybody else's car. You want to go see your car. You want to price your car. You want to see what type of car you want to drive. If you want to drive a hoopty, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a hoopty. It's a starter car. Why are you looking at me like, it's a hoopty. It's an older car. If you want to get an expensive car, you're going to have to pay for it. You have to go to work. So at the end of the day, we go and price your car. Once, if you're in college, we actually go help you finance it. Like, we're literally going to take you to the right people. We're going to tell you what type of credit you want to have. We're going to take you and we're going to guide you through the whole entire process and say, this is what you need to buy. This is what you can afford. And then we'll take you, there's two processes. You either go to the bank or credit union, or you go directly to the dealership. So we'll literally take, if it's a college student, we'll take them directly into the process to show them how to buy a car. And then open showcase, we go to the house. We go to the house and show them how it's built. So next slide. So next year is the Dream Chaser program. That's the sports program where we take all the athletes in the program next year, and we will start teaching them about sports. It's specific because all athletes think that they're going to make it until they realize they're not going to make it. So that's the program we start next year. Next slide. And then there's a parenting club where we meet every Thursday. I think that's it. Next slide. Yes. Okay. So these are our strategic partners. So we work with Stimulate Sports. They do stem cell in sports. We have our own business with Exam Solutions. We work with Wichita State. We work with Prairie View. We work with other schools as well. So next slide. And then don't worry about this. That's all the pricing. We'll tell you about that later. All right. That's my team that I work with. And then can you switch over to the software? So what I'm going to do is show y'all now the software, how it works, so you all can see. Do y'all have any questions so far? None? Okay. If y'all have any questions, y'all can always ask me. Okay. So this is, take this off the microphone. This is the WIN learning system. This is part of the career readiness program. So when you sign up to become a part of the Dream Chaser program, right? Go to where it says products and click, hold on, before you go there. So there's a thing called video library where we have just basic open conversations about communicating. How do you get through problems? How do you get through life? So those are the video library. There's a soft skills in there as well. And then click on where it says My Strategic Compass. That's the main one. So in this particular software, right, in the My Strategic software, this is your dashboard. So everything that you're going to do is going to come back to this. This is how we know if you are actually moving forward in the program. So in the, click where it says career plan. So click where that little blue three, yeah. No, go, where you see the little three lines, yeah, click there. All right, so each particular student that comes into the program will actually have their own plan. So in that plan, there are specific things that each student will have. So they will have to have accomplish specific things in there. So just click where it says career cluster. So the first thing we tell all students, we need to figure out what type of career you want to do. Again, I'm not a Jedi mind reader. I can't read minds. So the career cluster inventory is basically set up to tell me what type of career am I going to choose based on the questions that I ask. So go down right quick. So see these things right here? So it'll ask specific questions. Hit the start button. So go down. And so see right there where it says go fishing? Do you like, do you dislike, do you like very much? So right now, just start clicking anything. Just click and just keep going. It'll ask you several questions. Keep going. Yeah, just click any one of them. Just keep going. Yeah, keep clicking. Because it's about 80 questions in there. So keep clicking. So they'll be asking you several questions. And you need to, and as a student, you answer them based on do you like, do you don't like, not sure, dislike, right? And you just keep on clicking all the way through. These are all questions random questions that they ask. This system was built by the University of Oregon. The algorithm behind this was created by state, national, and federal labor laws, statistics, and everything else. They hold that there. So go down. Once you finish, right, it's going to tell you what your top 3 careers should be, what you should be looking at. Go down some more. It's going to tell you all the ones that you should be looking at, and all the ones, go down a little bit more, it's going to tell you all the ones that you should not be looking at. It gives you a clarity that particular survey is 99% accurate. And again, it was created by the University of Oregon. It's going to literally tell you which one's there. Okay, go back to the top. Click on the first one, the first career. In this career, go down. It's going to tell you literally what your top salaries are, what your employment opportunities, and then it's going to also tell you, if you click on business executives, it's going to tell you what business executive is. Go down. It's going to tell you how much money you're going to make, your education, and your opportunities. See where it says 23,000 jobs? It's going to tell you what type of opportunity you have. So that way you're not wasting time. So if you say, hey, I only got 23,000 jobs in America, that's not that many jobs, opportunities. So if they're going to go in that direction, then they need to know exactly what it is. Go to where it says job description. It's going to tell you how much you're making. It's going to tell you all the tasks, everything that you need to be doing. So go back up. See right there where it says job description? Click on that. So click on overview. So it's going to give you an overview of all the things you need to learn. So if you're not learning it, then we're going to have a problem. So go to the next one where it says, go back up and click the wages. This tells me what the wages are for that particular chief executive. Now, again, click where it says states. This is going to tell me, click on one of them, just click on Texas. This is going to tell me, and then, yeah. This tells me what they're paying per state, per city. This is going to tell me what you're going to be making per city. Again, there are 700 career paths in there. There are 700 job descriptions in there. So this is going to break you down to say, if I want to leave Texas and move to somewhere else, or if I want to move to another city, this is going to show me how much it costs for you to live. And it's going to tell me exactly what you need to have in order to be close to anything that you do. So if you say, hey, I want to move to what school are you at right now? Okay, so you're at is it community college? Yes. So if you getting your basic stuff. So if you wanted to say, where do you want to go after your basics? So if you wanted to go to Texas State, it would tell you what it costs to go live in Texas State. And that way you're not trying to figure it out like, do I really want to, this shows you how much money you're making per state and per city. So, okay, go back up. There's an employment outlook, click on that. This is going to tell you what your job growth is, your current employment, and the openings. Again, this tells you how many jobs are open. So if you look at it and say there's not a lot of jobs, you can say that. Okay, go back to a career plan, because there's some other stuff in there. Go back to the three signs. Okay, so in that particular, so this is for all the college students. So this will be the plans for anybody that graduated from college and moved on. Even if you have been working in the same job for 10, 15, 20 years, this will be able to tell you exactly what jobs are available. So not only does it work for high school and college, it works for anybody that's been working in the same field for the last 10, 15, 20 years and like, hey, I don't know what I want to do now. Let me figure this out. So, all right, go back to the self-surveys. At the top, right there. Go down. See that where it says learning style? Same thing. Click on that one. This is going to tell us how do you learn. Do you learn by visual? Click start. Same questions they ask you in here. So you're going to go through these questions. These are only 22 questions. This is going to tell me how do you learn. Because at the end of the day, your parents might be talking to you thinking, hey, are you getting into this? And they like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm listening to this. So this tells us how do you learn. You either going to learn by visual, or you going to learn by, go down one. You going to learn by auditory, I mean, do you listen well? Or you going to learn by, go down, that's another one, third one. Do you learn by tactical, meaning that you got to have a hands-on approach. So we can literally tell what type of student we have. So that's the second survey, right? These are the first thing we teach, we have all students take. That's the first thing we have them take. All right, go back to self-surveys. The last one that I'm gonna show you all today is the reality check. So you all know, you all seen, you all probably too young, but you all seen Bill Cosby and Heathcliff and Theo, when they were sitting in the room and he was asking them about spending money. And he was like, okay, I'm gonna give you $1,000 and then you tell me how you want it to be spent. This is the same thing. Click on the start. This is going to say, hey, where do you want to live? Okay, I want to live in a rural country. Okay, that's good. All right, that's good. Keep going. Click the house. No, go to the left. And click the house. All right, what type of house you want to have? You want a big house? You want a small house? You want a 3-bedroom house? See what I'm saying? And then see that part where it says enter your own? That's where we take them to see their house. And we literally, they can put that number in that part right there, and we'll know how much it's gonna cost for them to live where they live. Okay, keep going. Utilities, I gotta have electric, I gotta have water, I gotta have cell phone nowadays, definitely gotta have some cable. So keep going. Home, what will you eat? I'm gonna eat some food. Okay, cool. Keep going. This is the part where it gets interesting. See that where it says bus, bicycle, car, basic car, that's the hoopty, or the average car. This is the average number of how much it costs for auto. So that's in there. Keep going. This is where it gets real interesting. Work clothes, extra. I click on work clothes. Keep going. You're gonna need some insurance, so click that. Keep going. What type of entertainment? Click that. Yeah. Keep going. Oh, okay. This is where you do personal care. For women, it might be more than guys. So hey, this is personal care. So do health, do extra and basic. Okay. And then click. What type of dog you want to have? Need some furniture. Definitely electricity. I don't know about traveling. What type of school you want to? Click bachelor's. Okay. Now, the next one, now click on that one right there. This way is about to get funny. Parents, you about to find out how many kids your children are going to have. So, yeah, it's a reality check. So, you see how much it costs per child. You see how much it costs for 2 children. You see how much it costs for 3 children. Now, you're going to find out, parents, if you really want to ask that question, find out what type of kids they want to have, how many kids they want to have. This will be the part where you have. So you don't have to worry about the basic questions. So he gave him 2 kids. All right, give him 2 kids. And then savings, we tell our kids save about 2%. Okay, now click that. Now click that one. Yep. Click next. Now here's where you go in and say, hey, what is your career? Well, the career that we had was, which one did we have as one of the careers? Click on, okay, just click the one that said, click business management. Okay, click that, and then go back up, and hit the results. Go down. See how much it costs to live? It costs you that much. It costs you $103,591 that you're gonna need to live. And if you don't have $103,591, it's gonna be an interesting lifestyle. So if you don't have a career making that amount of money, it's gonna be an interesting lifestyle. And it tells you what your monthly expenses and your expenses, right? Go down one more. This breaks it down on where your money is going. See, 32% went to the kids. So 32% went to the kids, 16% went to the house, transportation, so on and so on. So this tells you where your money is going, literally. So if you're wondering, like, where's all my money going? It tells you where your money is going. All right, so that's the self-survey. Okay, go back up to, those are all the self, so those are 3 that I show you. There's some more there. Go to careers. There are also military careers, and then there's regular other careers that we have in there. Don't click on that because that's gonna take you a whole other route. But there's careers in there. And go back to the career plan. Remember again, this is all part of their plan. So as they accomplish their survey, as they accomplish it, it's literally keeping track of it. Yeah, it keeps track of it. Go to education. So I'm gonna show you all some more things that's all in here. Click where it says schools. This is gonna tell you about all the schools, no matter where you are in the country. Click where it says Texas, and then click on Texas. Type in Texas Texas, what do you say, Texas State? Type in, go down to Texas State. It used to be called Southwest Texas, so it might be in Southwest Texas. Yeah, it's in there as Southwest Texas. Oh, there it is. Texas State. Click on that. Click on Texas State University. This is going to tell you literally how much it costs, the school size, graduation rate. You notice it says you're going to graduate in 6 years? Did you know that? You know now. So this will tell you before you go to that college how long it's going to take you to graduate. I hope that didn't discourage you, right? Because you was like, I didn't know that. But that's going to tell you if you want to go to that school. It's going to tell you how long it takes to graduate. The deadline, information. Click where it says general information. So this is going to tell you when to respond it. Click where it says paying. So see, that's how much it costs. That's how much your financial aid is awarded. Notice your financial aid award is more than what the tuition. So you can actually make more. You can get. Don't say I never told you. All right. So go down. Click where that tells you how much it costs, and go back up a little bit more. See where it says financial aid? Click on that. This is going to tell me what your financial aid is going to look at. So click where it says financial aid awarded. This is going to tell you how much financial aid is awarded every year. It tells you what is awarded freshmen, and it tells you awarded with graduates. And then once because we go through all this, it's going to give you all the information before you go to college. So you know what type of college you're going to before you walk on the campus. And that way, and again, this was created by University of Oregon. Go back up. Go a little bit down. See where it says apply for FAFSA? You can apply directly through the website. So, and it opens up, you can go and apply. Now, I must tell y'all, FAFSA will come late this year, according to what we already been told. So, go back into it. So that's how much you're going to pay. That's how much you're awarded. So that way you know. Again, this is a centralized system that has everything you need to know about the system. So, okay. Go back up. Go where it says education again. Oh, see that part where it says favorite school? You can always click that favorite school and it'll save on your dashboard. So go back to education. Go to scholarships. This is where it's about to get very interesting. There are 3,100 scholarships in our system. Let me say that again, 3,100 scholarships in the system. Click where it says, go down. These are all the scholarships. And it tells you the deadline, it tells you GPA, it gives you all the information that you need to know. Go back to where it says my dashboard, because I saved this scholarship. Go where it says too cool to pay for school. Right? Go down. 4 $1,000 scholarships, non-renewable. They've given out 4 awards every year, and it's given to any full-time student. Any student that's going to college. So you can be in high school now and apply for it. It's called Too Cool to Pay for School Scholarship. They give you $4,000. Go down one more. You can apply for it. See where it says application requirement? There's an application form right there and there. It's real. It tells you what you need. You don't need no essay. You don't need no transcript. All you need is click where it says website, and it'll open up, and it'll say find a scholarship, and click up at the top where it says scholarship right there, and you'll find the scholarship. Go down there, say too cool to pay for school. Click on that, and see how easy it is. These are $1,000 scholarships, real easy. All you got to do is go online and pay for it. I mean, not pay for it. You go online and fill it out. And if you have any questions, you can always go back to the website and you can send them a message. Go back to the see down there where it says email. You can always email the person and get in touch with that person. These are 3,100 scholarships in the system, real easy to apply for. You can apply for them now. So your parents, if they're still in the building, oh, they can apply for them now. Or you all can apply for them. So, any questions at all? Y'all don't have any questions? You have a question? Yes, ma'am. Yes. So through this whole entire process, there is a career mentor who will be guiding you through the whole process. So go back to where it says My Dashboard. So the dashboard will keep track of where you are in the whole entire process. So they'll let the career mentor know, hey, these are some of the scholarships she's applied for. These are her top 10 schools, top 5 schools. These are schools that she wants. This is her career path that she wants to choose, and I am her career mentor. And I can take her through the whole entire process so she's not wasting time. So, and then all the survey results, I can run a report and everything else through there. So, as far as the career trips, we take them, we go all over the country. So, now I can tell you this, we're not staying overnight. So I can tell you that 9 times out of 10 we go there and come back. It would be only special circumstances where we stay on the night, but most of the time we go there and come back. So, like for instance, one of the trips we take is to go visit Wichita State University. If you live anywhere around a major city, you get $10,000 just for coming. They give you $10,000 in scholarship money. Yeah, it's called Shaka tuition reimbursement. They give you, so let me make sure this. They give you $10,000 for the whole time that you're there. Every year. Yeah, every year. All you have to live is around major cities like Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, because they are marketing for those particular students to come in. Wichita State University. It's called Shaka tuition discount. So when you go to Wichita State University website, type in search and type in Shaka tuition discount. They give you there's that scholarship discount, and they give you some more. So yeah, and then you can look up a lot of these schools on YouTube, and they'll tell you exactly what you want. So all right, any other schools you want to go to? There's a school in New York. It's called it's a business school, and I forgot the name of it already. But they give you about 15. I'll touch base with me afterward. I'll give you all my business card, and I'll send you all the schools. And you can always go to my website. The website is called clearpathdiscovery.org. So it's on the handout. So you can always go to that. All right. You want to contact me, that's my number. Actually, that's not my number. That's my old number. My phone number is 469-558-2811. My business phone number is 469-551-3024. Again, we're working with students all over the country. If you want to email me, it's admin@clearpathdiscovery.org, not info. So no matter where they are in the country, we're available. So, all right. Anybody have any questions? At all? You sure? Shaka's discount. Shaka student discount. It's called Wichita State University. Yes. SHOCKER. It's called a Shaka discount. With that particular discount, in fact, we still got a couple of minutes. Can you pull up something for me? Type in Wichita State University. Because I don't want to take no time for the next person. Click on that. That's 5 hours away from Dallas. Go to the website. Go where it says search, and click in Shaka tuition discount. And then see those where it says discount programs? Click on where it says Shaka City Partnership. Those are discount programs too. But actually click on where it says tuition discount programs. And it will come back. These are all the tuition discount programs that they offer at Wichita State University. They have their own YMCA about steps away from the school. And their dorms have, now don't look at me crazy when I say this. They have their own washer and dryer. They have their own stainless steel refrigerator. They have their own dishwasher, stainless steel dishwasher. They have their own living room, which, well, it's not a living room. They share it. It's a common area. They throw in a 50-inch TV for the common area, and they have their bathroom. So, and the floors are like this. It's a one-of-a-kind place. Go down. So all of the Shaka, see that one? Says, go down some more. All of that is right there. It'll give you all of the, even if they live in various different cities, if they're living anywhere around these particular cities, they are eligible. Some of them are 10,000, some of them they give a certain amount depending on where they live, and it's available because what Wichita State is trying to do, they're trying to go after students in Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and I believe Arkansas. So they want to, put it like that, they want to get specific kids. So, anybody have any questions? Ma'am, did you have a question? You don't have any question? Did you have a question? Yes, they're all on Zoom from 11 to 12. They're 1 hour because I believe at the end of the day, you can't keep students past 1 hour. Their attention span just goes right over their head. Yes, they're on Saturdays. Yes, they're on Saturdays. Yes, so they sign up. So on the website, you'll go to the website. It's not up yet, but it'll be up by tomorrow. And they have all the activities that they sign up for. So say for instance, we're going on a college trip to go visit Wichita State, right? You'll sign up right there and they'll say, hey, sign up for this particular activity. And once you sign up, you can, we'll send you all the information. What time we leaving and coming back and so on and so on. So, yes. The application is on there. The charge is $150 for students for 7 months. So we already started now between September and April. For the college students, it's only $50 because the college students are not using they're not going on the trips. They're not going on some of the things that we do. But we do activities with the college students. And I'm trying to do this again this year. It's 2:00, so I want to move to the next person. We also have a trip for all the college students to go to LA next summer. I pay for the house. They pay for their room and flight. So I make it easy for them. So, all right, it's officially 2:00. I don't want to hold nobody else. Anybody have any questions? At all? All right. Well, thank y'all. If y'all have any questions, please let me know. Please let me know. Yeah, please let me know. I told y'all by the time y'all finish, y'all gonna be looking at me crazy like. Well, no, I'm just trying to help. Yeah, everybody said that. Where was you when I was in high school? Yeah. Well, I send my information to these high schools. It's up to them to disseminate the information to the parents and students. After that, I can only do so much. So I'm going to be calling them. So that's pretty much what I do. We send it out throughout the school year to various schools. If they don't respond, we can't. I can't see what you are. Yeah. Now, this information should be, yes. In my opinion, yes. Especially Right.
I mean, it's my.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you.
Yeah, so if you've been in a career for a long time and trying to figure out what you really want to do, you can always make it permanent. Yeah, yeah, because at the end of the day, I don't want you to be doing this forever.
No, that is good information.
Yeah.
I've worked with those kids down there, and stuff, I remember talking with kids, front office, you know, for them. I said, what do you have? And I was like, okay. I know you're laughing, but you understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you said.
You understand exactly.
I understand exactly what you said.
I was like, what's your backup?
Yeah. I understand exactly what you said.
So you got it, because I was like, and I'm thinking, you tell how we're going to go about this thing. You did a lot of kids don't make it. Where do you go get your grades up? What you gonna do for that scholarship? I mean,
That's why.
I don't ever want to say no.
No.
But you understand why I asked it. I mean, I love when you go kids.
Well, the thing about it is that I tried to, and this is why
And
we
you
started.
created this program.
Yes, so I
Which I
created.
think is just awesome.
Yeah, because I'll get her right here, right there.
I've seen this.
We went searching for them.
Because I'm not like living here, making oh my God. You're an adult.
Hello, sir. How you doing? No, because I was in the. I heard, I just heard I missed an awesome presentation.
I am glad
He
you're
was
all
going-
behind it.
Oh, he did? Yes. Okay, so, Roger, right? Okay. So they gonna just send it to us?
Yes.
It was really good. It's kind of like we do workforce for adults.
Right.
It's like doing workforce for kids. Truly high school kids getting them on those skills. And I'm like, wow.
I charge students $150 for 7 months, from September all the way back. And then all college students the same way, from September all the way back. Shows about it, you know. And even then, I give my opportunity to make money back. So when they turn me in, we get money back. When they show up on time, we get money back. When they do a specific thing, I give them opportunities to make money back.
I'm my daughter for her.
Yes.
Like, grad said.
There's one called Two Cool Baby School.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Have you heard of that?
And what was it? Which one was that? Was Wichita State?
Wichita State University has a tuition, shopping tuition program. $10,000 just because you live around the major cities, just because you are Dallas, Austin, Houston.
They give it to you.
Per year.
See?
What about grad station? For grad station?
I don't know. You have to look on the website. Okay. But they are tuition, so they have, that's a shopping tuition, right? Okay. There's another one that have a tuition program.
Tell me it's
So you have, it's like
3,000. It's 3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, I literally was sitting here going, this is, I can talk to every high school student in the world right now.
Because at the end of the day, the way we found the software, I'm going to rewrite the whole thing. And I got it. He had it. He was doing it. I'm sure somebody has some software.
All right.
That's good. So,
We got to touch. He did some network data touch with them. They are actually in Tennessee. They were all there.
I don't know if she told you, so we both work at Workforce Solutions, but we're going out to use contract right now.
All this information that we gave is the ultimate in.
Because they're helping with the very many needs, so they're not wasting time making these decisions.
sure you had it, you got mine, so. Okay, now go find some people. Go, go bring about 10, 15 people. That's all I need. Bring 10 of them. No, they just got my presentation up. Don't worry about it. Ron, don't worry about it.
I've seen this already.
All right. Look how you just ditched me.
No. I know she's going to do well.
I got this. I got this. I don't need you. You just go on. You just go. Just remember, you got to tell my boss I did a good job. All right. All right, well, we're just going to go with what we got. Everybody can hear me, right? Yes. I do not need a mic. I'm just warning you. I'm used to talking in a big auditorium. My name is Michelle Buford. I am from Workforce Solutions, capital area. Now, I'm going to be talking about jumpstarting your career and kind of what we do. So next slide, please. See, I'm doing what you do. You can skip that. I'm not worried about your cell phones. If it goes off, that's your fault. And just to let you know, if you come to one of our centers and sit through a presentation, there are translation services available. Spanish being the most common, but they will do their best to get anything else out of that. Sorry, I am not a native Spanish speaker. I cannot help you with that. Next slide. Okay, so one of the things you have to understand about Workforce Solutions is we have something called priority of service. We help veterans, spouses, and foster youth. So what that means is we actually have on-site folks specifically there for veterans if they need additional assistance. There are special services for veterans. If there is a funding pool, and we're down to like the last little bit, and I'm just throwing that out there so you understand, a veteran, a spouse of a veteran, and a foster youth will be moved ahead of someone else. That's just the way it works. Something the state of Texas requires us to do. So I just wanted you to know, and these are some of the things that they can do, that they have on-site representatives that'll take care of job coaching and overcoming employment barriers and a lot of other things, but I just want you to know that's there, and that is something that you talk to when you check in at our desk. All right, next slide. Who we are. Well, all right, here we go. Next slide. About us, there are actually 28 local workforce development boards in the state of Texas. We serve the Austin-Travis County area with 2 career centers, and we support and connect local people to local jobs. That's what's on my t-shirt, just so you know. All right, you can go to the next slide. There is one at the east location, which is that Weberville. It is inside of Austin Community College, the Weberville campus there. East, I think it's called Eastview. Okay, there's a north office. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the north office because that's where I work. And I've got to tell you so much about this building. Number one, it is the largest workforce solutions office in the state of Texas. It is over 72,000 square feet. And if you come in and you find me, I'll take you on a tour. All right, so, and just so you know, if you're looking for it, it is the back of the complex. A lot of people go, they see the sign, they go, I can't find you. I'm like, because we're back. Just so you know, I'm just letting you know. So here's, next slide. Our mission, of course, is to lead the development of a world-class workforce, Vision, all people, otherwise known as human capital. Our products and our region is prosperous, and our core values is of diversity, leadership, collaboration, innovation, accountability, and results. How do we do that? Next slide. And just want you to know, don't confuse us with, because this is important, because people think we're the unemployment office. No, we're not. We're not a staffing agency, just so you know that. Everybody that works within that building, I will tell you that our ultimate job is to get you a job and get you going and figure out what you need to get you on the path to making money, okay? So we are not HHSC, otherwise Texas Human Health and Services, and we are not TWC, although we are under the umbrella of TWC because they give us specific guidelines on how we operate. We are not them. So we are not your unemployment office. You will come and go. They get mad and they're talking about unemployment. We just smile at them and go, I can help you apply for unemployment at one of our computers, but I can't talk to you about your specific benefits. That's a no-no. You've got to talk to those nice folks, which is not us. And I have to tell you, during COVID, that was quite interesting. Okay, next slide. So here are some of our services, and this is just to lead in. You can go. Here we go. Guess what we do at our building? Guess what we do at either one of our locations? We give you access to computers, faxes, phones, machines. We have workshops and interview rooms. We can help you with job search assistance. We can help you with child care assistance, vocational rehab assistance, justice impacted fidelity bonding. And I'm just going to tell you what some of that might look like. We literally have folks that do not have their own personal computer, or maybe don't have internet at home. They come in and use our computers to do their schoolwork. We have people that come in and go, I have a Zoom or a Teams meeting for an interview. We have interview rooms, and that's why I said I love my building. I walk it every day, multiple times a day. So you can go into a quiet room. They can set you up with a camera. We can take care of visually impaired folks, so they can also work there. Hearing impaired, we can give you things to help you with that. Did you know that a lot of state agency jobs require you to actually do a paper application and fax it? Guess what? Not only can we help you with that, we have someone who is really, really good on our staff that can tell you how to fill out that application so you can be one of the top candidates that are picked and not at the bottom. I should know because this guy places lots of people. Okay, I forgot to tell you, I've actually been working at Workforce Solutions since June of 2016. So just so you know, I might know one or two things, okay? One or two things in all that time. I started out as a career counselor. I became a program manager. I recently moved over to work under the board, and I'm doing quality assurance, and then they're like, oh, by the way, we want you to move on to contract management. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I'm going to move over to contract management. So I've sort of been there a while. I have done a lot of stuff. I've been involved in a lot of stuff within this community. We work with partners. That's the other thing you need to know. We don't work in a silo. We have child care solutions. We have the vocational rehab. These are all people that are on site at any given time. Plus, we have the city of Austin that comes in. We have training providers that will come in and do presentations. Every other week, they have not only this presentation that you're seeing, they also have a job fair. Then they have special job fairs. Last week, I think there were 2 of them. It was like wild. It was like first one, then the other. It was like 2 days back to back. I've never seen our parking lot so full. It was wild. I walked out and went, where'd all these people come from? I don't like people. And I had to get through the hallway to get walking. So anyway. So there is different things that we do. Now, we do use something called Work in Texas. You can sign up. It's free. You need help. You can call us on the phone. Or if you just want that personal touch, just come to one of our offices and we'll help you. It won't be me. I told you, I don't like people. All right. But we have people that are literally there. That is their job. We have customer service representatives that are there on site that can help walk you through the process. Because it can be a little difficult, but here's the best part about it. A lot of the employers that work with us, because we actually have a group called Business Solutions, their job is to work directly with employers. They help post the jobs. They help look at possible folks that might match their jobs and send them to them, and then vice versa. So they're always posting. They'll send emails. Once you sign up, you'll get an email. Now, you can choose how often you get those emails, but I would say if you're looking for a job, sometimes they have something called hot jobs. They need somebody right now. And if you qualify, they literally will call someone on the phone and be like, just show up. They're waiting for you. They've already sent your resume. You know, the employer can say, I need this person here right now. I've seen it happen. This is why I said it's fabulous. I like what I do. I don't like people, but I still like what I do. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm telling you, just go and talk to some people. If you're not sure what you're going to do, just like they do for the pre-college students, you can do some of that. There's something called ONET. There's ways that career counselors can guide you. Now, here's the thing. What if you have been out of the workforce for just a little while? Or you're trying to change where you are working into something else. So this is where, I guess we should go forward. I'm getting ahead of myself. So we have workshops. I'm sorry, I get so excited. All right, so we do have workshops. They'll talk things that talk about how to jumpstart your career, mobility, manufacturing, skilled trades, information technology, and health sciences. So of all of those, 4 of those are kind of the areas of concentration we work at, but we will also do the work in Texas. You can sign up online. You don't have to come in. I just encourage people to come in and visit us because you might like us. Resume writing, interview tips, overcoming barriers to employment, because that could look like anything. I've been out of a job. I have a background information. I haven't been in the workforce in a while. Whatever you may be, they're going to give you some tips and tricks to get you going. And then if you just want to go through, and it's about 4 days, 4 to 5 days, it's called the career maps. You can do a little bit of everything. Career exploring, some soft skills, all kinds of fun stuff. So, and guess what? Doesn't cost you anything. This is free. Doesn't cost you one dime. Okay, next slide. All right, so we have in Austin, and just as every local workforce board usually has some targeted areas that they focus on. And you're probably wondering, how'd they come up with these? Well, they talk to the employers, the major employers in the area. So healthcare, IT and tech, mobility and infrastructure, and manufacturing. Just so you know, those are big ones for the Austin area. I don't know what Rural Cap does because that would just be down the road in Williamson County and surrounding areas, but we're capital areas, so this is what the big employers in town want from us. So, if you want to be a medical assistant, you want to be an IT help desk person, you want to be a truck driver, you want to be working in a manufacturing technician or something along those lines, we probably have funding so you can go to school. Now, if you want to do cosmetology, barber, I'm telling you, just so that you know, I cannot help fund you in those areas. However, there may be opportunities for support services, just so you know, meaning they can't pay for training, but maybe they can do something else for you. All right, next slide. And we are more than just a job board, as they're talking about. I told you about Work in Texas. There's thousands of local people that get direct connections through employers. So you can go next. Are we getting down to the end? Sorry, I don't know that they have changed this up so much. I'm actually happy because it was so long. All right, just so you know, there's vocational rehabilitation. You know what? Let me stop there. Let me go back. I want to go back. Go back one slide. One more. Thank you. I'm going to spend a little more time on this because this is, to me, this is near and dear to me because I was a career counselor and a program manager. And I did that for almost 8 years. Okay, so I've helped a lot of people, and the reason why I think this is important for anyone is that I call a job seeker. There's different things. You could be in a job and you need to upskill because sometimes people get laid off because they didn't have the skills that the employer wanted you to have. So we can pay for what we call short-term training, anywhere from a truck driver, which is usually 4 to 5 weeks. We have some apprenticeships, paid apprenticeships, like the CPT program. They have another one that's called MC3. That's another basically 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks, and these people go to work and they're making money, and I don't mean a little bit of money. They are making a career. It's not just, oh, I went to this class and I make a few bucks. No, they actually, I had a lady whose son went through the program before her. He was making, after about 3 to 5 years, $120,000 a year. In a trade, yes, it does happen. I'm just letting you know there is an ongoing shortage for folks working in trade because they're aging out. Nobody went into the trades. So plumbers and pipe fitters, electricians, I'm throwing that out there. There's a lot of other things along those lines. If you're a person that likes to work with your hands, it's a great opportunity. HVAC is still busy. Truck drivers, they're churning them out right and left, and there just aren't enough. And the truck driver, think about it. It's not just a big truck, the 18-wheelers. Some people work local. Some people do over the road. You can also utilize that. You could work on a construction site. You could be doing all kinds of stuff. You could be a bus driver. I'm just letting you know, the local bus station, I can't think what they call them, Cap Metro. I had to think a minute. Sorry, I'm old and I had a senior moment. Cap Metro is constantly looking for folks to drive their buses. Sometimes what we do, especially if there's an issue, maybe we can maybe they're like, oh man, I'm not sure. Sometimes I knew a guy who started with us and he happened to get a Cap Metro. They trained him. You know how I helped support him? Because he was like, I can't take the training. I got to make some money right now. I kept in my program. I paid support services. I'm like, hey, let me make sure I'm paying for your gas. Let me make sure I'm, giving you bonuses for keeping your job. I did everything I could so this guy could keep going on the career path he wants. So that's the thing. If you come to Workforce Solutions, there's stuff that is free. It doesn't require you to do anything, just show up. If you get enrolled with a program, there are several, and once you talk to someone from the front, they can decide. They'll refer you to one of the programs. There's the Workforce Innovations and Opportunities Act. There's something that was called Rework Now. There was something called Work. I think there's something called Level Up. And these programs happen, the WIA is federally funded, but the other ones are locally funded by either City of Austin, Travis County, or a combination thereof. And my board spends a lot of time actually writing for grants to get you money. Now here's the thing. We can get you the money. But didn't I hear, see the word I said, grant? Okay, so not only do we have to do the paperwork on our side, and that's where I'm going. I'll be reviewing all that paperwork. Joy! There's always paperwork. So if by chance you get a referral to one and they ask you for paperwork, I'm going to tell you, you must invest time. It's not going to cost you anything, but you're investing time, and this time is investing in yourself. Now, I think the cap now on some trainings is $7,500. It used to be a little bit higher, but it is what it is. But with $7,500, you can do a lot of money. That's a lot of money, free money. I call it free money. It costs you your time. And you're going to have to do paperwork because it is grant funded. Grant funding means that we have to collect certain documents. The most common thing, a photo ID, a valid driver's license or Texas state ID. You can use an out of state, just so you know, but it's got to be valid. There's a few other things. If you've been working, you may have to provide income proof. And you have to prove right to work. Right to work means I need a birth certificate, a social security card, passport will probably do it, just your common stuff. You would need that for any place you work. Gotta have it. That's pretty common. They need that to start the process, and they'll let you know. Once they'll do some initial screening and go, oh, looks like you would be a good fit for, and they'll get you referred to a program, and those are the kinds of things you want to start gathering. Some need a little bit more, some need a little bit less. The other thing is I would tell everybody, it's like, do you have any idea what you want to do? Because if you don't know what you're going to do, that's going to be really hard. You're going to say, because I had this really nice lady when I first started. My first year, I worked with some interesting people, but this one was my best. I am not a person who says no. I might say no right now, but maybe later. So a lady said, I want to do something like computers, and she brought me this form, and it said system admin. So I just looked at her and go, well, what do you know about computers? And she said, I know how to turn it on. And I said, okay. Now, I know it's kind of funny, but I was like, no, this is more of a, I can't put this lady in this training. She doesn't have any familiarity on how to use a computer. What can I do to help her? I'm like, Austin Freenet, here you go. I said, before you think about this, I want you to go to Austin Freenet. I want you to start taking courses with them. It's free. They're going to give you some computer literacy because she didn't have any. It's the honest truth. That to me is important because you could literally, I could have laughed and said, oh yeah, whatever. That's what we do, and that's what I hope everybody that is sitting in a career advisor's role at this point is doing, because that is, in my opinion, the most crucial thing we can do at Workforce Solutions is help guide you along the way. As I said, there's something called the ONET. You can literally put in O-N-E-T, and you are going to get something very similar to the last presentation. that you can help you figure out a career path, because it's going to ask you like 60 questions. Take you about 15 minutes. It's like, do you want to work in a fishery? Do you want to, do move and dance? Do you want to work with kids? I mean, there's a whole list of things it's going to ask you, and then it's the same thing, and it's also, so you go through all of this stuff, you get this great job, and again, you're like, well, I got a job now. All right, went to training. What do I do now? You can go forward. Go forward one slide. Thank you. So now, we got you through training. What are you going to do? We're going to help you find a job. That's the next thing we're going to do. Some of the things we're going to have been preparing you for if you went through training, or you don't need training, we're going to help you get that work in Texas profile set up. That's really important, because it's the only way we're going to be able to send those really quality referrals and get you where you want to go. So that would be next. Next slide. Okay. Plus, we have all these other partners that are in there with us. So we just do a lot of different stuff, and that's why they put partners on there. So we work with people, like I said, we have that every bi-monthly, job fair there at the facility, and that's the one that we have at the North office. Now, I'm not sure what East. Let's go to the next. I told you a little bit about the scholarship training, and you guys can click on that QR code if that is something you think you might need. I always say it's never a bad thing to upskill and reskill, because you need to keep yourself fresh for the ever-changing market. Go back 100 years, everybody was doing farming, and they moved into, a little bit of, the cities to do the manufacturing, but things have changed. Things have changed. So it's always good to keep those skills fresh, keep your resume up to date, because you never know. Sometimes you just need to have this information, and it's always good to find out, hey, what are the employers looking for these days? Because what I knew when I was 25 years ago and now is totally different. Okay, and that's why I think it's important. It's like train for a high growth occupation, determine what you want to study, and connect you to employment. That's important as far as I'm concerned. And then wraparound services, like they said, transportation, childcare, maybe you need a mobile hotspot. And there's more. There's like all kinds of things. I had a gentleman who was taking an IT course. I remember him calling me, because everybody called me. That's why I told you I don't like people. Everybody called me. I was like, why do I get everybody? Because I get even other department stuff. But this particular gentleman, he just really caught my attention. He asked me about something that we were offering a stipend. He's like, when do I get it? And as the more I talked to him, I was like, okay, well, you get those every 2 weeks. Have you talked to your career advisor? And he's like, I can't reach her, and we're just having this conversation, and the story goes like this. The man goes, I'm like, he tells me kind of I get his background, because I don't know him. I've not met this gentleman. And he says something like, hey, I've given up, I'm eating peanut butter and crackers, and I'm not working much, but I got to make sure I pay my child support. I was like, okay, see, peanut butter and crackers. He's only working part-time. He hasn't gotten his stipend. I'm like, what can I do for this gentleman? Because I'm like, you're already kind of telling me that if you've got only 2 wheels on your bus running, okay? You need 4 wheels on the ground to get to the finish line of this training. I'm like, wow, okay, what can we do? Well, guess what? I was like, well, I'm trying to read his file, and I don't have his hard copy file. I only have electronic. I said, so what do you pay for rent? It's like, like $500, $600 a month. I forget what it was. And I was like, oh, really? And I'm sitting here like this going, and, I'm thinking, did your career advisor not catch your situation? You're taking this course to better yourself so you can provide more for your child. And I'm like, wow, this was just pretty, to me, amazing thing. And I'm like, okay. I said, can you get me your lease? Sure. I said, can you get your landlord to get this form filled out for me? I need to get you in the system. I was able, because it was so minimal. I paid this man's rent for 2 months. That's just some of the things we do. I have bought tools. They called me a tool queen for a reason. I don't work on career site anymore, but it's one of the things I could do. When everyone who had a tool order, they always came to me, because 90% of the tools, I knew what they were, because I like tools. That's just my thing. So that's just some of the things they can do. They may have a cat, depends on the program, but sometimes when we're to start a new job, you've got to have some stuff. And it might just be work-related clothing. I have had people go, literally, I'm starting this job, I need a work shirt, I need pants, and I need non-slip shoes, and I have no money. I have not been working for months, and what money I have is just barely hanging on my rent. That is the kind of stuff we do. Well, guess what? Not only gonna do that, I'm gonna be like, well, you driving a car? Let's get you some gas cards. You taking the bus? Let's get you a bus pass. This is part of what, this is career training, can be a whole lot of things. All right, let's see. What comes after this? All right, you can go to the next slide. So what we're talking about is paid job, education, and credential, because that's important that you have something. You get a CDL, you now have a commercial driver's license. Usually you get an A, which means you can drive anything that falls in the A category and a B category, okay? And you can still drive your car. But the only thing you can't do with a Class A is a motorcycle. That's special. And there are endorsements that you can also get. You know, if you worked in, let's say, Houston, and you wanted to drive a fuel truck, guess what? You have an endorsement for that. It just depends on what you're going to do. And sometimes, guess what? We can pay for that. This is what I'm letting you know. It's like we do a lot. Someone starting a job, if you haven't been working for a while, do you remember the cost of gas when it was way up there? I've had people going, I can't get work. I'm like, come and sign up so I can get you some gas cards. I said, by the way, stay on the job for at least a month and I'll give you some more money. Okay, that's the kind of thing that was important to me. It's like, because I always thought, it's like, that's our job as far as I was concerned as a career advisor, is to make sure you're looking at the whole picture. You want to help people. It's not a handout, it's a handout, because guess what? This is going to get this person to self-sufficiency, okay? So here's the other thing that I don't see on here, so I want to tell you about it. Sometimes, let's say you've gone through all of this, still can't get you a job. Well, let's go to last up, my absolute favorite. Earn while you learn. Put you in an apprenticeship, okay? They usually last for up to 12 weeks. I call it the test drive for the employer, and the employer gets to test drive you with those fabulous new skills that you just got. Because sometimes even you may have experience, but you haven't worked for a while, and you're like, shoot, I haven't worked for 10 years. No one's gonna take me. Oh, yes, they will. Yes, they will. We're gonna get you a fabulous resume. We're gonna contact some employers, and we are gonna pay your salary for up to 12 weeks. Don't know what that looks like for everybody, but that's part of what our business solutions teams works with our career group, and we do that. I have seen people get great jobs. I had somebody I've literally worked with some folks who were just, they were so stressed. It'd been weeks, unemployment's gone, the bills need to get paid, and they're like, what do I do? I mean, they're in tears. I'm like, okay, let's try this last thing. This is what we're gonna do. Let me get you, let me talk to our business solutions group. Let me get an employer. Let's see if we can't do this. I said, I know it's not a lot of money to start, but they're gonna love you. And I've had people hired before they got to that 12 weeks. Okay, that's what I think we do best. We help people. We connect local people to local jobs. Okay, and I think that's all I got for you. Yeah, let me make sure. Yep, that's it. I'm not going to it's like, look, I just thought I would check, okay? Because I don't do this every day. Does anybody have questions? Look, he's got his hand up. What you want to know?
So in my program, I'm sorry.
It's not.
Okay. All right. So in my program, right, we have students that's graduated from high school. They've gone in a route that they're trying to figure out what type of career they want to do, right? And we're trying to expand the trade portion of our program to include CDLs, plumbers, all of that. Is there a way that we can connect those students through you all so they can get those licenses? And how would we go about doing that?
Okay. So it would definitely be your graduating seniors. But yes, it is possible.
Okay.
I can absolutely, you have Mr. Cedric's information.
Okay.
Of course, I don't have business cards because I keep changing my job. I'm sorry, I don't longer, people can't call me. That's the best part. You can't call me anymore. No, I'm just teasing. But yes, I would definitely say the MC3 or the CPT program, because that's going to move them into that skilled trades. We have one of our ACC's got a CDL program, I know that for a fact, and we fund. I know that there's something else called Changing Lanes. I believe they're getting back on ATPL, so yes. We definitely can make connections. I may just give you my email, my work email, so you can get me. But yes, there are opportunities out there. There's actually a lot of money that they spend. They spend a lot, and when I say millions, at one point we were spending 2 or 3, 4, 5 million. I think with this one grant we spent about $15 million in career training. Yeah, it was just a few dollars. It wasn't that much, really. But I would say probably, it depends on what this year's budget's, and I'm not involved in that yet because I haven't read the contracts. I'm moving into that. But they spend millions of dollars investing in the local workforce, folks. I mean, and if the contractor gets the youth program, that's why it was important that you connect with Cedric. Because right now I think Goodwill owns that. I'm not saying they do bad, but we're not the only thing they worry about. They have other money. So, but yes, I would recommend that if you have nothing else to do, go to one of the local workforce locations, or at least go to their website, Workforce Solutions, capital area. It's important you do capital area if you live in Travis County, because that is who we service. So in East City of Austin, Travis County, there is local funding, there's what you call federal funding. There's a lot of opportunities, whether it's apprenticeships, go to school. There's always some kind of initiative where they're like, hey, we'll pay for this special type of training that has nothing to do with anything else. You never know. There's always something new and exciting going on in that building. Like I said, I walked out and went, okay. I'm like, how fast can I go the other direction? I need another L. Because I don't even like people, okay? I don't like people. But unless there's any more questions, you can come up to me afterward. I don't bite much, only when I'm hungry, and I'm in pretty good shape right now. I haven't got to the hangry part of my life, so just so you know. And if you didn't like my presentation, my name is Mickey Mouse, okay? If you liked my presentation, it's Michelle Buford from Workforce Solutions Capital Area. That's all I got for you folks. Yeah, and that's why I said MC3 would be your best bet. Yeah, because especially for this area. Yeah, so all of us have the same WFS. I have a 2 because once I go to the board, they have to change. They have to give up that. That's how they do it. I don't work on the contract side or otherwise on the career side. I work on the board side. They're about to move me to contract management. That would be. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I was like, I need to get your information with Dr. Martin. I said, Dr. Martin, we need to talk. There was an Anthony Alexander. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Why not? Yeah. Do you live in this? Pflugerville. So you could go to 2 choices. You can go to the one that's the don't go 35. So, but it is literally off of 35 and Lumber. Okay. Hey, so like if you were coming south on, take a left, go underneath the highway. Go down, because you have to, because you can't, the access road runs north and south, you have to go down to the first and middle. And you just drive around, but they're at the very back of the place. And it's right next to the, like, car dealership. Is that him? Is that what that is right there? Yeah, we're literally in front of that at the back of the building. So if you come in, they will help you get your work taxes set up, if you all the rest of that. If you don't get the work taxes, you didn't hear me say that, but I've had the same people because I know I don't know, you did not have a job, could not get a job, had to use one of the office. I saw them go to these jobs, that girl was hired, that lady had a job. And it's because of profiles itself. Finish, Taylor, or Dennis Jones. You're saying that because around April. Straight, well, here's the thing. State, especially you're going to apply for state jobs, they take a while. That's what I heard. The reason why I'm saying, if anything, see Hamish, if you can get to him, he knows all the tricks when it comes to those state applications. Hamish Kim. He is at the police office. Yeah, he's at, so that would be the one that's at Weberville. 34, Weberville. Like I said, I know if you can, and like I said, it's not about throwing anybody under that office where I work out under, but I know who gets results. Because he gave me really good advice when my son first got his acceptance letter to go to Yale. Tell your son, this is the age, she says, tell your son, get off the fence, put his thing in, because if he waits too late and he does it the last minute, it doesn't go through, it's gone, it's off his table. Guess who went to Yale and grabbed it? My son. Because I went home and did that too. This is the people that I work with. Yes. You work with the caterer. Yes, ma'am. How you doing? You have to work with the business solutions too.
How's everybody doing? All righty. Hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves and their mind is just overflowing with knowledge. And everybody in here is going to be six-figure millionaire folk one day. And our elder Quentin Smith will have no problem giving you the financial report on a quarterly basis. Come on in, grab those winning tickets. Grab those winning tickets. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is the time to send those prayers up. Some of y'all, I know many of y'all can get a prayer through. All righty, all righty. So I'm gonna reach in the bag here. And I know somebody's jumping for joy because I pulled out a Whataburger gift card. Can't wait to go to Whataburger. I tell you, them grilled onions are on your mind. All right, I'm gonna reach in. I'm not looking. All righty, let's see what we got. 9811647. I'll read that one more time. 9811647. Going once, going twice. All right, I put that to the side. All righty. All righty. Who's got their mind on grilled jalapenos? 9811685. Oh, is that you?
I'm just coming up to help pull a winning ticket.
Oh yeah, see, I might be messing up. Give me some help. Get a good elder. All right. It might be a winner. I think we'll have a winner now.
Okay, we've got 981-1598. Come up and claim your Whataburger. 981-1598.
Yes, indeed. Verify. Okay. Now we want you to, yeah. My photographer's coming. We'll stand by I want you to stand by Get that photo. He's gonna take a picture. And then we can get ready to call the next one. Let me see what's next. Oh man, somebody been dreaming about popcorn.
So how much is it?
She told me $25 on all of them. So that's
it has a low $10 to $250, but Roger says it's $25. And the winning number is 981-1637. Anyone? We got a winner at the back.
Is that?
It's a 981-1637. 1637. We got the popcorn winner.
Amen. That's all right.
Take his picture.
Yeah, verified.
And take the picture with him.
No, he's taking the picture. Yes, indeed. That's it. Go over there and take your picture. Yes, indeed. I tell you. Amen. All righty, for all the coffee drinkers. Yes, indeed. Get that frappe, double.
Okay, and the winner is 981-1656. 1656. Going once. 1656. Going twice. It's gone.
All righty. So that coffee drinker missed out.
And this number is 981-1682, 1682, 1682, going once, 1682, going twice, 1682, 1682, going once, going twice, sold.
All righty. Going for another one.
Okay, this number right here is 981-1649, 1649, 1649, going once, 1649, going twice, 1649. It's gone.
All righty. It's going.
This is the last time. If y'all don't want the coffee, Roger and I will split the coffee. 981-1625, 1625, 1625.
She gonna start her Sunday morning well with a good cup of coffee. Oh, go take your picture. Verify.
It's all good.
All right. She's gonna be alert and ready to sing. All righty. Texas Roadhouse. Somebody can get that mini steak. All righty.
Okay, winning number once again for the Texas Roadhouse $25 coupon, 981-1652, 1652, 1652. Going once, 1652, going twice, 1652, gone. And the next number looks like the first three are always the same. So 1679, the last four digits, 1679.
They verify?
Yeah.
All right, so.
Oh, got me some good steak.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, go ahead and take that picture. All right. Okay. Somebody won't have any excuse to drive their car to work. $25 Shell gift card.
The $25 Shell gift card, 1665, 1665, 1665, 1665, going once, 1665. I see someone standing up. Is 1665 coming down? 1665.
It's a winner?
That's the winner. You want to trade the gas for the Starbucks coffee? Gas for coffee. We got a coffee. You want to trade the gas card for coffee? Anyone? Okay. What about the Roadhouse for coffee?
Take a picture. Take a picture. All righty. Oh, we got another one, something so they can get to church. Got another one, $25 gas card. They don't have to worry about calling me for the church van. All righty, here we go.
Okay, this one is 1688. 1688. Number 88. 1688. Dallas Cowboys. Who is number 88 on the Cowboys team? 1688. Oh, C.D. Lamb. Who's C.D. Lamb? 1688? Drew Pearson. No one wants 1688. Going once? Going twice? No one.
All righty.
1646. 1646. For the $25 Shell gas card. 1646. Going once? Going twice? 1646? No one.
All righty.
1583. 1583. 1583 is at the back. Yeah, 1583.
All right.
1583 is at the back.
I know Sister Arlen does a lot of driving. It's right on time. It's right on time. Right on time. Yeah, he gonna verify. So you take that or you negotiate.
All right.
You got to negotiate.
Starbucks coffee back there.
Take your picture.
Starbucks coffee is looking for another deal.
right, now we got them Amazon shoppers. We got them Amazon shoppers. All righty. Got them Amazon shoppers.
Okay, I got you now. Amazon, $25, 1606.
Oh!
All right.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. All right, I think folk might want to negotiate with you. Oh, picture. All right. And those Target shoppers. All righty.
Okay, we've got this right here. 1674, 1674, 1674, anybody? Going once, 1674, I see some people moving, but 1674, going once, going twice, no one. 1605, 1605, going once,
Oh, we got
1605.
I tell you, that's all right. Is it gonna be for her or is she gonna buy for the kids? How we gonna know? All righty, another winner. All right, so we got a couple more in here before we get to the two big prizes. All right, we got two more Visa gift cards, so you kind of go where you want to go. You can still go to Target if you want, anywhere you want to go.
Okay, this is for, like Roger said, a $25 Visa gift card, and the number is 1611. 1611 for the Visa card, going once, going twice, 1611.
Oh, I tell you, that's all right. Okay.
Let me see that.
The bag is empty.
Let me see it there for you.
Okay.
I'm going to take it for you.
Yeah. Oh.
This is another Visa $25 gift card, and the number here is going to be 1615. 1615. 1615.
Oh. There we go. All right. So I did open this one. I didn't open the other one. So that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
What is it?
All righty. Send your prayers up. Cross your eyes, cross your toes.
And what is it, Roger? What is it? The prize?
It's an iPad. Yeah. A Galaxy. Samsung. Oh, thank you. It's good to have smart people around. Help me out.
Okay, here it is right here. Samsung is going to be 168. Should I put this one back, Sarita? All in favor of putting this one back?
I can't have y'all suing NABA.
1686. Going once, going twice. Somebody said nobody got it. 1686. Nobody. Put this one back then. Okay. Okay, now here's the one. Here's this one right here. 15. 1593. Right here, right under.
All righty. Well, let her have the bag. Let her take the picture. All right.
This is the last one, Roger?
It's the last one.
Now, if anyone wants to trade for, before you see what's in there, Roger, anyone want to trade their tickets for what's in this box? Any of the winners want to trade your tickets for what's in the box? It could be a zonk. It could be a zonk, by the way. Okay, Roger.
All right. So we got a HP Chromebook.
HP Chromebook, a computer.
Yes, indeed.
Who needs that the most?
All right.
Let's see, somebody's praying right now. Let's see whose prayer is going to be answered. We're going to find out quick. You were in church, by the way, Roger. Let's see. It's a quick prayer now, quick prayer for the notebook, for the Chromebook. And the winner is 165. The score of tomorrow night football game, somebody's going to have 16 and someone's going to have 55. This is 1655. The score of tomorrow's football game, 1655. Going once? Going twice? No one. Okay, somebody said, come on now, come on now. Okay, 1658.
Oh, gotta go verify. Gotta go verify.
They say trust but verify. I believe she's got it. I'm not even going to look at it. It's a winner.
Yeah, go take a picture. Go take a picture. Appreciate it. Appreciate my elder. Matter of fact, elder, don't go away. I have you give us a closing prayer. Quentin, you can give us a closing prayer. But just want to thank everybody for coming out, making this a great day. It's always a great day with family. Congratulations to all the winners. Thanks to all the speakers and the volunteers. And prayerfully, Lord willing, we can do this again next year and to make sure all our people are financially fit as well as spiritually and physically fit. But with that, I'm going to have our elder say a prayer and want everyone to have a wonderful and safe weekend.
Okay, we also like to thank everyone for your participation, especially Roger Davis. He's always working behind the scenes. So Roger. You know, Roger started planning this months in advance, and he sent out information, and he did it months in advance. And what we want you to know is if you enjoyed it this year and God says the same, make sure you invite a friend that owes you money next year. Because we want to help them make some money so they can pay you back. But we really appreciate Roger and appreciate all your participation. So let's go to God in prayer. We thank you so much, God, for this day and for just giving us the health and strength to be able to come out here. We thank you so much for the organization and Roger, who you've guided and directed to put this together. We know, God, that education is very important. We pray, God, that we take what we've learned, God, and use it in our lives to make our lives better. Thank you so much for our families and friends, and we pray that you would forgive us for any sins we've committed. We pray, God, that those that are not here, God, that we can share what we've learned today. And better yet, God, we pray that it will make our lives better. Be with each and every one of us as we depart. Let us arrive home safely with no hurt, harm, or danger. Just in the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Appreciate you coming, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Man, it's a small business company.
Oh, yeah.
You put me out there.
Yeah, yeah.